it's extreme. Monetary policy is equally extreme, and dividend yield plus share buybacks, you're at about 5% right now for the S&P 500. So that's a reasonable total return. I think when you've got interest rates at zero, that's your 5% risk premium right there, and that's in line with long-term averages for equities. So I think 5% is low single digits, and for me, that's about the risk premium you're getting priced in equities right now.
Patrick, great to catch up, sir. As always, Patrick Armstrong of Plurimi Wealth, thank you. In the bond market, Tom, we are negative all the way out to 30 years.
Yeah, I saw that.
30-year yield right now is negative 22 basis points. And that plays into that question you asked.
Yeah, I can't convey how important this is. Switzerland, I believe, is the same way. Well, John, just really, really extraordinary, folks. This I go to Folkers Landau. I'm not going to be an expert on this, but Folkers Landau at Deutsche Bank has been absolutely apoplectic, John, about this. John, I want to talk quickly here and get your take. I was thunderstruck by Project Big Picture, where the equivalent in America, folks, is if the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Dodgers, and the Houston Astros decided to take over Major League Baseball. Can Liverpool and the Tots actually do this, John?
Hold on a second. Wait. Before you answer, anyone listening on radio, John's face is priceless. Go on, John.
Come on, John. This is like big money.
Well. What's happening, Tom? You probably know more about this than I do.
I don't.
Everyone wants your version of events, not mine.
I have no idea what the Glazer family and what John Henry is doing in that. Can these teams take over soccer?
They have done already. These teams are always trying to get more power. That's been the story for a long, long time. Do you know what these teams would love, Tom? Do you know what they'd really love? They would like a franchise like the NFL. That is what they would really like. They'd all like to band together with other clubs across Europe. They've been threatening to do it for the best part of 20 years. Come together, create one franchise and mint money and leave everyone else out the game. And that's the problem we've got here in the UK, which is what you're speaking to. The teams in the lower leagues need some help right now.
Right.
They need some assistance. They need some aid to survive. And I think to get that aid, the bigger clubs need to send them some money or at least give them some help. In exchange, those bigger clubs want more power.
The Tots have to send Arsenal money. Is that how this works?
Yes.
Yeah, they'll send Gareth Bale to Arsenal. That's how this works.
Thank you.
Can we move on?
Look at those markets.
What about them?
They're up.
I'm dying. Tom Keene and Lisa Browitz and Jonathan Farrow. Really lost
Go
for words.
Preston North End. Preston North End.
Washington looks beautiful. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. Boris Johnson is warning the UK to get ready for a no-deal Brexit. The British Prime Minister says he is walking away from the trade talks with the European Union.
As far as I can see, they've abandoned the idea of a free trade deal. There doesn't seem to be any progress coming from Brussels. So what we're saying to them is only, come here, come to us if there's some fundamental change of approach. Otherwise, we're more than happy to talk about, the practicalities that I described.
Yesterday, EU leaders called on the UK to, quote, make the necessary moves to make an agreement possible. President Trump and Joe Biden were on TV last night at the same time, but on different channels. They held competing televised town halls instead of debating as the schedule had originally called for. On NBC, the president said he knew that the coronavirus was a huge danger, but he didn't want to scare anyone. On ABC, Biden said it is the responsibility of the president to lead, and President Trump didn't do that. There are more than 2 weeks to go before Election Day, and millions of Americans are breaking voter turnout records already. According to the University of Florida Elections Project, more than 17 million people have voted already, either in person or by mail. Ohio and Georgia have already set records. Democrats are casting early ballots at a far higher rate than Republicans. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Run out that money, I'm stacking that guap. Trying so hard, I done broke the damn knob. Stay with a whip and I stay with the glove. Run so hard, bitch, I fly like a hog. Flipping this work, bitch, I don't got a job. She sucking my dick like a corn on the cob. Flipping the club and these bitches gon' fly. Trapping us quick cause that shit drop a bag on your head, but I ain't talking Santa. I got bitches who fuck with me all in Atlanta. I got bitches who fuck with me all in Savannah. I'm rocking these jewels, but I'm not a Santana. Just point out a op and you know I'm a blammer. Pull up to your spot while you eating the sandwich. This shit can get real, this shit can get dangerous. I just want the money, don't wanna be famous. My time is expensive, my bitch is expensive. Whatever she wanted, you know she can get it. My life is exquisite, I'm fucking these bitches. I'm stacking this money, it's touching the ceiling. Fitting in with this stitchy, you know we not missing up. Niggas want pressure, you know that we finished. Only move for a bag, I was down on my ass. Now they showing fake love, niggas know they pretend. Still pull up in Hondas and shit. Used to fuck on your mama and shit. You niggas don't really want drama and shit. I carry heat like a sauna and shit. Bitch, I run shit like Obama just did. Behind 10, I'm under the wheel. Drinking and driving, I'm popping the seal. Shit can get real, so you know I got steel. All of a sudden, I'm sipping this drink. All of a sudden, I'm smoking this dope. All of a sudden, I'm fucking your hoe. All of a sudden, I'm stacking this dough. I'm a real nigga, ain't never gonna change up. They cannot tame us. Walking this bitch and I'm clutching this in me, so you better stay in your lane, bro. I cannot stop till I'm touching a million. None of this shit here is made up. Came a long way from the motherfucking trenches. I made it safe out of the danger. Get out of line and my niggas gon' shoot any motherfucking thing from the waist up. Sorry, little bitch, gotta get to the money, so you know me, I cannot lay up. Run out that money, I'm stacking that guap. Trying so hard, I done broke the damn knob. Stay with a whip and I stay with the glide. Drippin' so hard, bitch, I'm fly like a hog. Flipping this work, bitch, I don't got a job. She sucking my dick like a corn on the cob. Step in the club and these bitches gon' fly. Trapping us quick cause that shit drop a bag on your head, but I ain't talking Santa. I got bitches who fuck with me all in Atlanta. I got bitches who fuck with me all in Savannah. I'm rocking these jewels, but I'm not a Santana. Just point out a op and you know I'm a blammer. Pull up to your spot while you eating the sandwich. This shit can get real, this shit can get dangerous. I just want the money, don't wanna be famous.
Anamdan doğarken ağlamışım ben. Hala ağlıyorum, canım acıyor. Dertlerle, çileyle hep arkadaş oldum. Yalancı dostlardan usandım, bıktım. Dertlerle, çileyle hep arkadaş oldum. Yalancı dostlardan usandım, bıktım. Yalancı dünya, neyini seveyim? Hep istediler, hep verdim. Kalmayınca yanımda kimse kalmadı. Bir canım kaldı, verecek Allah'a. Kalmayınca yanımda kimse kalmadı. Bir canım kaldı, verecek Allah'a. Nasıl yaşadığımı bir ben bilirim. Canım dediklerim canımı çok yaktı. Yaşam sevincimi elimden aldı. Küstüm hayata, Allah'ım al canım. Yaşam sevincimi elimden aldı. Küstüm hayata, Allah'ım al canım. Yalancı dünya neyini sevmeyim, hep istediler, hep verdim. Kalmayınca yanımda kimse kalmadı, bir canım kaldı, verecek Allah. Kalmayınca yanımda kimse kalmadı, bir canım kaldı, verecek Allah.
Professor, let's talk about the polls right now. Where the president is really struggling, several demographics, including an older demographic, particularly in Florida, which is a huge change from 4 years ago, and suburban females as well. How can you make inroads into those demographics with a little more than 2 weeks to go?
Well, there's not a lot of time, and Trump is spending time in places that he traditionally, or a Republican candidate traditionally, wouldn't have to be spending time in, places like Georgia. And so I think I'd be extremely alarmed if I was inside the Trump campaign right now. Now, it's easy to look at the national polls and say that Biden's got it in the bag. But of course, we need to remember that in the swing states, it's still pretty close and anything could happen. So that's why I think Biden is being very true to spend time in places like Pennsylvania, making sure that he's making those conversations and contacts with the kind of suburban women voters that Trump has done a lot to turn off in the last few years. And certainly they showed up in droves at the polls during the midterms to repudiate Trump. And it seems overwhelmingly likely that that will happen again. Just the other night, Trump directly appealed to suburban women, saying that it's really important that they like him. But he didn't proceed to give any compelling argument about why they should support a Trump administration.
Right.
And that's the problem.
Although, in fairness, he was doing that a little bit in a self-deprecating way. But, Jeffrey, let's look forward. The idea that perhaps the polls are not vastly wrong and Joe Biden does win the election. What happens after that in the months before January 20th when there is a transition of power? How messy could things get?
Well, I think that there are a number of different scenarios that might play out. One kind of scenario, of course, is the president continuing to cast doubt on the validity of the election, but it actually not making a difference to what ultimately transpires in January. It's entirely conceivable that Trump will continue to degrade the legitimacy of the election without any intention of actually trying to stay in office. This could be simply a way of keeping his supporters with him in January as he looks ahead to perhaps set up a Trump TV station so he retains a sizable portion of the electorate who stays on his side and is willing to watch his television programs. But that's, I think, the most optimistic projection. I think it seems at least conceivable that he could inspire his supporters to go into the streets to engage in violence. We could imagine Trump supporters making a big scene about the election in the streets where, who knows, left-wing counter-protesters show up to agitate against those Trump supporters. And that really would be a powder keg that could be extremely dangerous.
Professor, are you predicting that? This is important. Stop. Look, that's really inflammatory. Are you predicting that we could see that kind of response from people, or in this nation do we move on in a more peaceable way?
Oh, so the task when we're being precautious is to play out all the different scenarios. Now, clearly the optimistic, the hopeful scenario is one in which everyone accepts the legitimacy of the election, regardless of who wins. If the president is reelected, we want people on the political left to accept the legitimacy of his reelection. And of course, if the president loses, we want his supporters to accept the legitimacy of an income Biden administration. But I think given the repeated attempts by the president to cast doubt on the legitimacy of the election and the way in which he seems to be leaning into divisive, inflammatory rhetoric, it would be foolish not to take seriously the possibility that violence could ensue, if only so we're on guard for it. And so we make a concerted effort to reach out to the people in our lives, our friends, our family, and remind people of the importance of respecting the outcomes of the election and of rebutting the kind of disinformation that the president has been sowing about the unreliability of mail-in ballots, which really doesn't have any serious basis in evidence.
Jeffrey Howard there, Associate Professor of Political Theory at University College London. Often in that conversation time, some partisan analysis coming from the professor around the election.
We get it, but I think we've got to be a little more balanced about, particularly within the United States, John, a heritage. I actually had a wonderful discussion once with Christine Lagarde about this, about the tradition of protests nation to nation. This would be unusual for America, to say the least.
There is a debate on October 22nd in Nashville, Tennessee.
We will see,
the next big stop for this campaign. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg.
More, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Japan.
Japan Airlines is now using gender-neutral language at the airport and on its flights. Instead of the greeting, ladies and gentlemen, the English announcements now use phrases like all passengers or good morning and good evening. There's no change to the Japanese version because we already use which is the honorific form of everybody, and that's already gender neutral. JETA becomes the first Japanese airline to make the change as part of its greater initiative to tackle gender-based discrimination, following some other carriers. Air Canada and EasyJet started using gender-neutral greetings last year. Japan Airlines also ditched its mandatory high heels and skirts rule for female flight attendants earlier this year after the Kutu movement went viral on social media. That was the nationwide campaign to fight the rule that some women must wear high heels at work. So JETA now allows female flight attendants to wear trousers and flats if they want. Activists here have been pushing for change, fighting against entrenched gender traditions. The Japanese government does not legally recognize same-sex partnerships, although a growing number of cities have started to. So this change towards gender-neutral language could be a symbolic step for inclusivity in Japan.
Welcome to That's Debatable, an interactive series on today's most pressing issues. The resolution this time, is it time to redistribute the wealth? Two perspectives.
Pointing to billionaires and saying we should take their money away is ineffective political strategy.
We have a choice in this country, either great wealth in the hands of a few or a democracy.
I'm John Donvan. Join us for That's Debatable, presented by Bloomberg and Intelligence Squared, Friday at 7 p.m.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
From London and New York for our audience worldwide, this is Bloomberg Surveillance Live on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. 8:30 Eastern, equity futures. Near session highs just off. We're up about 9 points on the S&P 500, advancing about 1/3 of 1%. US retail sales about to drop in the United States of America. On that data, here's Mike McKee.
Well, we're just getting the numbers now, John, and it looks like the retail sales numbers for September come in a lot better than forecast and better than the prior month. So back to school helped out, I guess. 1.9% for the overall retail sales numbers. The prior month, August, was up only 0.6%. Ex-autos up 1.5%. Better than the 0.7 number in August. And the control group, which is what economists look at because it tells you what's going directly into GDP, up 1.4%, significantly better than the negative 0.1% number in the month of August. Dialing down here, looking to see what we got in terms of the biggest changes. Obviously, motor vehicles are the biggest change that we got during the month. They were up 3.6%. Big sales of motor vehicles. Gasoline stations up 1.5%. That's all based on prices because these are dollar numbers. But what we're seeing is sporting goods, hobby, musical instrument, and bookstores, which you'd kind of expect at the beginning of the school year, up 5.7%. General merchandise stores up 1.8%. And it looks like clothing and accessory stores up 11%.
Yeah.
So all those bow ties that Tom bought for back to school are paying off.
This is really, really important, folks. And what we do here is smooth it out with a moving average. Mr. McKee looks at the control group, which is sort of taking out the sludge. And on radio, this is really going to work. I'm moving my hand ever so slightly where, Michael, you know the moving average of these important consumer statistics just ebbs ever up. These good statistics have come ever up over the last 4, 5, and 6 months. Is that stimulus-based, and can you extrapolate that out, Michael McKee?
Well, what appears to have happened, Tom, is that people put a lot of the money that they got from the government, those $1,200 checks, and in some cases families got significantly more than that because you got money for having children as well. They put it in the bank and they paid down some debt, so they did have some spending power. The New York Fed did a survey recently that showed that about 36% of the money that people got went into savings, and the savings rate jumped over the past couple of months. So they did have money to spend as back to school came along, and as obviously the economies opened up in a number of places. Food services and drinking places, they were up by 2.1% in the month of August, and down by 14.4% in September. So September of 2019. So we did see changes in on the month, and so at this point it looks like we are seeing better news in terms of spending, getting through this period. The question is, does that continue since we're farther away from those extra stimulus payments?
Michael McKee, thank you so much. The 10-year yield elevates here, a higher yield, 0.73%. It's a nice move off the quiet that we've seen earlier this morning. Futures up 12, Dow futures up a 111. The levels here are important. 3487 SPX, Dow 28,496. And the VIX comes in. John Farrow, to me, that is significant that the VIX comes in this morning.
The word here is momentum. Lisa mentioned it the other week when we were looking at payrolls, and it looks like this economy still has momentum into September. That flies in the face of a lot of economists, Tom, who expected this economy to start to flatten out as we got later into summer. It hasn't happened. I have to say these numbers are really, really good at first look, Tom.
there's a real resiliency there. Right now, we have an understanding that each house has its own character. The legacy of Morgan Stanley is Stephen Roach literally modernizing modern market economics through the digital, through the idea of actually publishing on retail sales the moment it was done. It was a miracle 15 and 20 years ago. Carrying that legacy forward is Chetnaya. He is Morgan Stanley chief economist, global head of economics, and among other things, writing Herd on a wonderful group of economists worldwide, including Ellen Zentner. Chetan, thank you so much for joining us this morning. You see retail sales with a nice ebb to it. Are we misjudging Q4 and Q1 worldwide, where they could actually outperform the caution?
That's what we have been actually highlighting. As you know, we've been making this call that we will see this V-shaped recovery, and the data just continues to confirm that we are on that path. And there is no stalling, especially for US and China, which are the two big parts of the world. Their data continues to surprise on the upside, and we're expecting something similar out of China when we get the GDP data on Monday.
How much does the increase in virus cases challenge your assumption of a V-shaped recovery?
Look, I think I've mentioned this on this show before, that what we have been highlighting is that the equation between virus and the economy is changing. So as we keep seeing this new cases rising again, we have to temper down the expectation of its impact on the economy. We've been of the view that growth will moderate in the next 3 months, but it will still continue to make progress towards that V-shaped recovery call that we had made, which is that we will see that U.S. economy will reach pre-COVID levels by second quarter of 2021. And just look at today's retail sales data. If you kind of try and do some backward math on where it will take the personal consumption spending number, the personal consumption spending number could be as much as 98% of pre-COVID levels by end of September. And that just tells you that how much progress we have made so far. So the V-shaped recovery path looks very much secure.
Well, okay, but this is all predicated on this idea that the balance sheet of homes have been bolstered by the stimulus that we'd already gotten from Washington, D.C. If we don't get that re-upped, how many more months can consumers continue to sustain the recovery?
Well, that's a very good question. So what we have been highlighting is that the underlying strength of the consumer balance sheet as well as income standing has been quite good. So for example, personal income as of August, and this is not for September, but as of August, personal income for household is already above by pre-COVID levels by 2%. And the excess savings stock that the consumers have built in the last 5 months because of the stimulus and the fact they couldn't spend in the initial months is $1.1 trillion. So the consumers have enough room to continue their spending into this winter months.
Chetan, you've been very bold and quite bullish on the economy, and you've been an outlier, and Morgan Stanley have led that call over the last several months coming out of that huge contraction earlier this year. Every economic house, though, looks at their call, their base case, and acknowledges a key vulnerability in their forecast. What is it for you, Chetan, right now?
Well, I think the key vulnerability is essentially the new cases. If they force aggressive shutdown, that will be the risk to our forecast. I think the stimulus is less of a risk because of the math that I mentioned to you on the household strength. But it's really this rise in new cases. If they really force aggressive shutdown, that would be the near-term risk. But again, that's going to be a short-term risk because as we head into spring, we should, again, get an environment where virus itself begins to dissipate.
What do you think about the question that what is playing out in Europe right now is in America's future?
Well, in terms of the virus cases?
Yeah.
Look, I think Europe's situation is very similar to what you saw in the US in June, July. You are seeing new cases rising. Hospitalizations are not rising in the same strength. And what you're seeing policymakers is taking a more pragmatic approach of not shutting down the economy across the board. I mean, if you just look at the actual facts of how much restrictions they have imposed, they've not really shut down restaurants all through. They've just decided to shut down restaurants late in the evening. So that just tells you that point that I was making to you earlier, that the equation between virus and the economy is changing.
So you think the recovery can continue even as cases build? Because this would also imply, Chetan, that consumers don't disengage, that companies don't lose confidence.
Yeah, that's right. And I think at least in the U.S., we saw that that did not happen in June, July. So we are more confident of the U.S. In Europe, you could see some consumer confidence impact. But look, as of now, what we have is in the data is not showing any big dent in the European economic numbers too. The most important number I look at is the restaurant activity. So restaurant activity in Europe for the data for the countries that we have, Germany and UK, had picked up a lot. But they are still back to like 100% levels. So they're not really showing a huge decline in retail activity in terms of restaurant spending.
Chetan, great to catch up as always. And what a call so far, at least. The year's not over yet, but it's looking good. Chetan Nair, Morgan Stanley chief economist and global head of economics, working alongside Ellen Zentner, of course, the chief US economist. And Tom, when it comes to the recovery, I'm not sure it will look like a V, but let's not get into that. I think that where they've been out front is just to be far more constructive on the bounce back and how long we would have that momentum, and clearly into September too.
Let's go to the nuance there. I put out on Twitter his comment, Dr. Aya's comment, so important there about really getting back to pre-COVID levels, Q2 of 2021. John, that's not that far away.
That's for the economy. Retail sales are already there. Lisa, it's really impressive to see where retail sales are in America.
Yeah, although let's be really clear and put this into perspective. This was a really good number, much stronger than expected. Yesterday, jobless claims were much worse than expected. It has been spotty, and I think that this is the challenge. How much is this? Okay, you want me to use the word of the Friday? Hysteresis, right? How much is there a lag effect of the layoffs that we're seeing now that's going to play out later? How much can you look at the data that's coming out as lagging indicators rather than leading indicators?
When we were together, John, we were so damn optimistic. You know,
I know.
The management just said parachute her in to save
seriously.
Yeah, you guys are just the paragon of optimism.
Stop the happy talk. Stop the optimism. You two are so happy every morning.
Yeah,
let's throw Lisa in there.
I mean, there are people driving off I-80 right now, Lisa.
Seriously.
People couldn't handle
Lisa,
the cheerfulness.
We got a glimmer of optimism from Morgan Stanley. Go with it for 10 minutes.
It's important, and they've been right. And honestly, it's very much what we're seeing in the sales. But in the jobless numbers, you cannot let this go. The fact that people are getting laid off and it's permanent.
I would say it's two Americas, one benefiting from this digital dominance, John, and another that is just passing them right by, and that's that election tension.
Former Vice President Joe Biden would agree with you on that one, Tom. Dial 1-800-RUBINI. You might get Lisa answering the phone at some point in the future. You two would be good friends. Really. Lisa Bramwitz, Tom Keene. I'm Jonathan Ferro. No idea what's in that cup.
Are we doing this tomorrow?
It's Bloomberg. Yes, you come tomorrow. I'll be around. I promise.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is now planning for a no-deal Brexit. Johnson blames the European Union for not offering good enough terms on a free trade deal. He says he's still willing to hear from the EU if the bloc's leaders come back with a fundamental change of approach. President Trump and Joe Biden were on TV last night at the same time, but on different channels. They held competing televised town halls instead of debating as the schedule had originally called for. On NBC, the president said he knew that the coronavirus was a huge danger.
I knew it was a big threat. At the same time, I don't want to panic this country. I don't want to go out and say everybody's going to die.
In a town hall moderated by ABC News' George Stephanopoulos, Biden was asked if he would take a coronavirus vaccine once it has been approved.
If the body of scientists say that this is what is ready to be done and it's been tested, they've gone through the 3 phases, yes, I would take it. I'd encourage people to take it.
The two candidates will face off next week in the final presidential debate. The top aviation regulator in Europe says Boeing revamped 737 MAX is safe to fly. Test flights were held in September. 737 MAX has been grounded for more than years because of 2 fatal accidents. Global News 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
when everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted. Uninterrupted service is peace of mind. Juzi from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on, so you can keep on.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
As far as the mask is concerned, I'm good with masks. I'm okay with masks. I tell people wear masks. But just the other day, they came out with a statement that 85% of the people that wear masks catch it. So, you know,
they
this
didn't
is
say
a
that.
very
I know
tricky,
that study.
that's what I heard, and that's what I saw.
It's estimated by every major study done, from the University of Washington to Columbia, that if in fact we wore masks, we could save between now and the end of the year 100,000 lives.
And avoid lockdowns?
And avoid lockdown, yes. You don't have to lock down if you're wearing the mask.
Former Vice President Joe Biden there, together with the President of the United States, separately in two town halls overnight. From London and New York this morning, good morning. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Equities up, session highs. We advanced 0.4%. The Treasury curve steeper, retail sales delivering an upside surprise on the path forward down in Washington. Looking forward to a conversation a little bit later this morning, in about 20 minutes, with Henrietta Trays, Vader Partners Director of Economic Policy. That coming up shortly on Bloomberg TV, Tom.
She was lights out the last time we talked to her. That will be really, really interesting to see the policy prescription and energy that she sees forward. Look for that on one of Mr. Farrow's properties here coming up. Futures advance up 14, Dow futures up 134. What we're going to do right now on a Friday, the change of the seasons, of course, Dr. Fauci talking about we will have different Thanksgivings this year, is we're going to stop the show and talk about the unspeakable that's out there. Fred Dean of the San Francisco 49ers died last night. I believe it was last night. It's 68 years old. He died of a virus. Chris Christie, the governor of New Jersey, former governor of New Jersey, 10 years younger, just got out of 7 days of intensive care. We need to talk to somebody, not a pundit, not blathering away, but a pro. Mercedes Carnathan is with Northwestern, where she is prodigious in epidemiology and particularly in preventative medicine. On weight in this virus, Dr. Carnathan. Mercedes, how linked is this virus to weight?
Well, you know, one of the first signs that we saw was that individuals who were overweight or obese had worse outcomes. And part of why they have worse outcomes is it is more challenging to treat them. So not only are they having a more severe inflammatory response when they contract the virus, which is a significant problem that often leads to hospitalization. But once we get them in the hospital, it's harder to intubate them, and it's harder to treat individuals who are overweight or obese.
It is a nation obese. There can be any ways to cut it here as well. We're not all going to go out and lose 30 pounds, so we do better when we get the virus. Does a vaccine benefit people overweight equally as those that are relatively less obese, that have a body mass index under a certain level? Is the vaccine an equal opportunity good thing?
We certainly hope so, and that's why we do clinical trials, and that's why we need people who reflect the diversity of the United States in those trials. 2/3 of adults are overweight or obese. 20 to 30% are obese, even higher rates in some communities. And so it's really important that we get all of these types of people in our clinical trials so that we can ensure that the virus works under a number of different scenarios as far as health history and a number of different scenarios as far as individuals' behavior and background.
Dr. Karnathan, let's talk about the here and now, since we're probably not going to get a vaccine for the next 3, 4, possibly longer months ahead. How bad could it get here in the U.S. looking at what's going on currently in Europe?
I think looking at Europe is the lens we need to take. All along, we've been about 4 to 6 weeks behind Europe, and that cases are again surging in Europe suggests to me that as the winter months come upon us, as we have more time indoors, and particularly with the holidays where we want to be together, I do see that this trend that we have right now of high case rates per day that are as high as they were in July and starting, to approach what we saw at the beginning of the pandemic. Unfortunately, I don't see a rosy future in the next 3 months.
Dr. Karnathan, how much is this people getting really tired of having to distance from one another and wear masks and take the necessary precautions? And how much is this the actual change in weather, that colder weather makes it easier for this virus to spread?
I think the large part of what we're seeing is that decrease in vigilance. It is hard. It is hard. And I think, if you don't have the visual daily reminder of a loved one who died, of a friend who suffered from it and was hospitalized, and maybe one of those long haulers who's still suffering, it's easy to say, well, can't I just take a chance and have some fun tonight? I've had these slip-ups, and I know the data very well. And I think universally, this is where we really have to recommit and dig in and say, maybe not this holiday season, but we all want to be able to be together next holiday season.
Mercedes, out of this pandemic, out of this natural disaster, can we see a shift in diet priorities in the nation? Can we see a shift in nutrition where we link a lesser weight to a healthier America?
Obesity has been a central part of my research program in preventive medicine, and there are many challenges and barriers to preventing obesity. There's no magic pill to treat obesity. It requires sustained commitment to behavior change and the resources to be able to make that. It has been hard for people in quarantine to exercise at the same level that they were able to, and for those of us in northern climates, it's going to become hard to be outside. I think we need to maintain a focus on weight, on controlling one's weight, but I'm not sure that it's going to rise to the level of the priority of what we need as far as preventing coronavirus spread right now.
Dr. Karnathan, thank you so much. With Northwestern and, of course, in preventive medicine as well, Mercedes Karnathan. Lisa, I just think it's really, really quite extraordinary here to see where we are in this pandemic. I mean, the deterioration in Europe this week, I'll be honest, I'm supposed to be in tune with this. Lisa, it captured me by surprise.
It has been, especially in Italy, because wasn't there even some discussion about herd immunity, and that was dashed because they've seen record numbers of cases, even in Italy.
Yeah, Fauci tore herd immunity to strips yesterday. He was scathing about it.
But I think that the point that Dr. Carnathan was making, that the U.S. is 4 to 6 weeks behind Europe, is a warning sign. And one thing that I find interesting, if you look at the data, the numbers are going up faster in rural and suburban areas than they are in urban areas that perhaps still have the memories of what happened earlier in the year. This idea, to her point, that it is the lack of vigilance, is we're all getting tired. Do we really want to hear about how we have to lose weight and stay inside and not see anyone?
Who are you talking? Oh, come on!
It's
Look at you!
depressing.
Come on, Lisa! You're cut and chiseled. Who are you talking about?
I'm just saying. We just had
did you
this
talk to Mrs.
conversation.
Keene on the break? Okay,
I'm
great.
Going. What the data? Check.
Okay, great. Oh, good. An 8th glass of water today.
Yeah, water,
wonderful.
Water. That's right. I mean, look. It's just this is what we're all facing right now. How do you stay inside, maintain mental health, as well as physical health?
Yeah, hit the weights. That's what I'm going to do. Lisa, thank you for putting me in my place. We'll give you a data check to put you in your place. Futures up 14. They advance off good retail sales statistics. The VIX 26.76. The governor of New Jersey in the 2 p.m. hour. Stay with us on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television.
The Census Bureau has asked Congress for a 120 extension. I don't know that you even have to ask, and I think 120 days isn't nearly enough.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. John from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Valuations, particularly, sort of the technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
Market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
From New York and London, for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. The countdown to the Open starts right now. 30 minutes away from the opening bell, equity futures up 0.4% after a nice upside surprise on U.S. retail sales. We begin with the big issue. Two presidential candidates, two competing town halls. President Donald Trump talking up a V-shaped recovery.
With the greatest economy we ever had, we had to close it down. We saved 2 million lives. We're opening it up. We have a V-shape, and it's coming back. It's coming back very fast.
Vice President Joe Biden talking up a K-shaped disappointment.
He talks about a V-shaped recovery. It's a K-shaped recovery. If you're on the top, you're going to do very well. And the other thing and if you're at the bottom, or you're in the middle or the bottom, your income is coming down. You're not getting a raise.
18 days until Election Day and the fiscal negotiation merry-go-round still spinning on Capitol Hill. Secretary Mnuchin, Speaker Pelosi telling her that he can lean on Leader McConnell to pass a deal, as McConnell suggests both sides are discussing a proposal he can't sell in the Senate, saying, quote, we're in discussions with the Secretary of the Treasury and the Speaker about a higher amount. That's not what I'm going to put on the floor. It's a much larger amount than I can sell to my members. All of this leaving investors and market participants worldwide looking beyond November 3rd.
Markets, regardless of the outcome of the election, are expecting continued fiscal stimulus.
It's just a matter of when it's going to occur.
It's not a question of if, it's really a question of when.
Whether there's stimulus before or after the election.
Markets are looking ahead to that now, saying
we're not expecting to see much, if anything, out on stimulus.
In the short term, we're probably not going to get stimulus.
I think we will get more fiscal stimulus after the election.
Perhaps the middle of the first quarter of next year.
Markets are pricing, a reasonably high probability of a blue wave.
There's a good chance that we get a Democratic sweep.
It takes another big leap in fiscal spending next year.
A massive fiscal package sometime either in January or February.
That makes the next couple of months pretty precarious for the markets.
Let's bring in Kevin Cirilli, Bloomberg Chief, Washington correspondent down in D.C. Good morning to you, Kevin.
Good morning, Jonathan. Two main collision courses that we're following and tracking, especially this morning. The first on the fiscal stimulus front. You just saw those tweets from Drew Hamill, who is, of course, an advisor to Speaker Nancy Pelosi on the communications front, really delivering an optimistic message following the Speaker's meeting yesterday with Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin. I was struck by the tone of those comments, especially with the foreshadowing that President Trump really could step in here to put pressure on Senate Republicans who are apprehensive and nervous about spending so much money. Again, we should note there are several prominent Republicans in the Senate. Look at Senator Ted Cruz, for example, who are very wary of having to spend upwards of $1.8 trillion on the fiscal stimulus front. So the timetable is still very much unknown and the final price tag. But again, it is a question of when and not if. But then secondly, on the election front, last night, two dueling presidential town halls, not much learned in terms of policy as it relates to either side of the aisle. However, I'm looking at the data on the mail-in ballots. According to the Florida State University election tracking metrics, 19.8 million Americans have already sent in their ballots for mail-in voting. Democrats far outpacing the number of Republicans who have early voted. That typically is a sign that Democrat turnout is going to be up. Again, we've never had a pandemic of this sort to impact mail-in voting, but the early indicators suggest that Democrats are far outpacing Republicans in terms of mail-in ballots. So that's something that is very much potentially an early indicator of turnout that we'll be watching closely, Jonathan.
Kevin, two stories there, the fiscal stimulus effort and the election. And they're both connected. And as far as the negotiations are concerned, is this just political posturing? The story we've grappled with all morning, Brexit on the one hand, just looks like posturing. Fiscal talks in D.C. just looks like posturing. Does Congress actually want to make a deal? And can Leader McConnell pass a deal in the vicinity of $2 trillion? I'm not sure that was true last week. It wasn't a month ago. Is it true today?
You know, I spoke with a Republican House member yesterday, and essentially I said, you know, help me walk through the potential of a lame duck session, because the biggest unknown right now is who's going to have political leverage in the month of December, because we will likely know the outcome of the election. We'll also likely know the landscape in terms of the House and the Senate majorities. And so that is really who will have the upper hand in those lame duck negotiations. That's really what we don't know. And so both sides are making the calculation that they will have the upper hand, but obviously that's a wash. And so that's really the biggest variable right now, is will Speaker Pelosi have the same leverage that she has now come December when she's negotiating? And no one can price that in because no one knows.
Nobody knows. Kevin, it's great to see you, as always. Kevin Cerruti there, down in Washington. Thank you, sir. 25 minutes away from the opening bell in New York this Friday morning. Good morning to you all. Equity futures are positive, up 1/3%, just rolling over a touch from session highs. We advance 11 points. U.S. retail sales, upside surprise, centre the curve steeper, yields just a little bit higher on a 10-year by a basis point. Your yield on a 10-year will round it up to 0.75%. That is the price action. Here's the politics. Henrietta Trays of Vader Partners saying the Senate race will be the key to future fiscal spending, writing the following. We see deficit finance stimulus no matter the outcome of the 2020 election, but the Senate results are the most critical. Flipping blue is by far the most impactful event investors can anticipate on November 3rd. The difference in spending could be anywhere between $500 billion to $4 trillion. Henrietta, I'm pleased to say, joins us now. Henrietta, let's just get our hands around that. The outcome of that vote, if we have the results and we get our hands around them November 4th, could be the difference between several $1 trillion in fiscal spending.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we're being honest, I'm being a little bit pessimistic on the scale and scope of spending the Democrats would like to see. I had a conversation a few weeks back with the Democratic leadership team in the House, and their number that they'd like to see is $6 trillion in spending. And the way they parse that out is they're looking at two packages. One is a COVID relief bill where you're effectively passing another CARES Act. So unemployment insurance benefits, direct payments to individuals, aid to state and local governments, just to get us through until there's a vaccine. And then the second step is the traditional sort of Biden Build Back Better plan, which is a massive influx of cash into the infrastructure and jobs creation place. Democrats have always felt there's a very strong multiplier effect associated with infrastructure. And if you have restaurants and retail outlets functioning at 50% or less capacity, you can't just keep providing unemployment insurance benefits. You need to provide jobs. So it's a two-pronged process. And the scale and magnitude of the problem, they think, is in the $4 to $6 trillion range. So if you were able to have a Democratic Senate that could provide you with even half that amount of spending, you'd be looking at somewhere in the range of $3 trillion in spending in 2021. And it can happen pretty quickly. We saw in 2009 that the Democratic Conference started working as soon as Obama was elected. They didn't wait until new members were sworn in. They started working in November, had a bill to the president by February, and it became law in the first quarter. They're looking to go big or go home, that's for sure. As we've heard from Speaker Pelosi directly, there is not a benefit in just getting something. You want to get the right scale and scope. I think a lot of that is a hangover from 2009 and feeling like the ARRA was not big enough. And so they faced pretty stagnant, slow growth in the economy in 2009, and they want to avoid repeating that.
Henrietta, can you look at the individuals that might lead the Democrats to flip the Senate and help me draw a distinction between how progressive the House is right now and how progressive the Senate might be in the new year?
I am so glad you asked. This is the critical question that I think investors don't have a firm handle on. The irony of this cycle is that the number of Democrats who are up, obviously only a third of the Senate is up for election in any given year. The members who would be sworn into the Democratic Conference in the event of a blue wave type outcome, which is what the national polling data is currently pointing to, are going to be more moderate than they are progressive. So ironically, the larger the Democratic majority in the Senate becomes, the more moderate they move. And we have a whip that we provide to our clients to walk through exactly where those members are from. And let's just think about who they are. They're from purple and red states in Montana. Barbara Bollier in Kansas. She was a Republican in 2018. Now she'd be on the Democratic Conference. No one up there is even remotely on the scale of an Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders. You've got Cal Cunningham in North Carolina, Sarah Gideon in Maine, Maine, moderates basically as far as the eye can see, and 2 seats in Georgia. So I do think that one of the components that's most misunderstood is this idea that Democrats are going to come in and tax and spend. First of all, you don't have the votes for a tax increase in a global recession during a pandemic with nearly 8% unemployment. You've never seen a Democratic candidate come in modern history and increase taxes in a time of recession. So I walk our clients through that constantly, just trying to find out, where are the votes? I don't really care what members have to say on the campaign trail. Find me the votes. Yeah. And the more moderate members will be the ones who deliver the Democrats' majority in 2021, if it comes to that.
So, Henrietta, I don't want to go too far. Obviously, the election is underway. Voting has started, but it's by no means over. But people are thinking about this. Would a potential Biden administration, would that government reflect the Senate more than the House in your mind?
I think that's always the case. Not only was Joe Biden a senator for 36 years, but his vice president is a senator. And the majority, even in the outcome of a blue wave, is going to be at most, I can wrap my head around 55 senators from the Democratic Conference in the Senate. Whereas in Speaker Pelosi's House, you get 218, anything else is just gilding the lily. So we are anticipating that the votes that matter the most are the Senate votes. So when you're anticipating headline risk, I think that's much different than anticipating real outcomes from Washington, D.C. So yes, you'll get a bill from the House that incorporates things that are far more progressive, but you're not going to get a vote on that in a Senate where, Joe Manchin is there from West Virginia, Barbara Bollier is potentially in from Kansas. Those are all races that in some cases, members have to run again in 2022, like in the case of Arizona and Mark Kelly. So there's a lot of forward-looking 2020 anxiety already, and that's going to put a damper on Democrats' progressivity, if you want to call it that, in 2021.
Henrietta, before we let you go, I do want to talk about the polls. It's almost a double-digit lead now for former VP Joe Biden in the average of polls at the moment. Deutsche Bank pointing out that to flip that, it would be the biggest turn of events going all the way back to 1948 and Truman. I just wonder, when you look at the polls, Henrietta, right now, do they look vulnerable somewhere? And where is it?
They really don't. What I like about this election as an analyst and a forecaster is that the polls have just been so consistent. Indeed, if you go back to some of the notes we were writing in 2018, where we saw a similar 8.6% delta for the Democratic Conference, that was a blue wave election. They won 41 seats. Then you saw the 2020 turnout in the primaries, and it suggested Democratic enthusiasm that exceeded even the 2008 election for Barack Obama. So now that we're in 2020 and we're seeing 19 million people have already voted, there's substantial turnout amongst females, which is very problematic for President Trump. That is a 17-point spread in favor of Biden amongst the female demographic. And then you have the seniors over 65. That's a 16-point spread for Biden over President Trump. And then surprisingly to me, you have a larger than 2018 and 2016 turnout amongst voters under the age of 29. That's also an area where Biden leads by, if I'm not mistaken, I think 26 points. So the people who are turning out are the ones who you would anticipate in a blue wave. That helps me get more constructive. But the sheer consistency of the data really points a picture where President Trump, who was able to swing voters in the last 3 weeks of 2016, not only is hamstrung by early voting in the coronavirus, and 19 million people have already voted, so he can't change their minds, obviously, but it's been so consistent, and there are not any events that we can see that will meaningfully change the narrative. I just go on to say one more thing, which is that turnout amongst the 40 to 64-year-old demographic, and particularly amongst males in rural areas, is down below even their 2018 and 2016 rates. So they could have an outsized showing on election day, but it appears as though they're actively staying home right now, which is, not what you really want if you're in the Republican conference.
Henrietta, always great to catch up with you. As always, a pleasure. For me especially. Henrietta Trey's there of Veda Partners. Coming up on this programme, presidential candidates focusing on the pandemic in dueling town halls with new cases spreading across the globe. That conversation coming up next with TPW's Jay Pilowski. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg.
women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
I don't want to panic this country. I don't want to go out and say everybody's going to die.
We make up 4% of the world's population. We have 20% of the world's deaths. And what's he doing? Nothing. It is a presidential responsibility to lead. And he didn't do that.
Dueling town halls focusing on the president's response to the pandemic, with the United States reporting the most daily cases in 2 months. Infections spiking across Europe as well, with record numbers in Germany, France, Italy and Ireland, raising the risk of fresh restrictions. Outbreaks already prompting tougher curbs throughout Paris and London. On a story, Bloomberg's Kaylee Lyons joins us for more. Good morning, Kaylee.
Good morning, John. Well, let's start here in the U.S. where I am. Just here in New York, there's only 12 states that I can actually go to without quarantining for 2 weeks when I return. That is how fast cases are rising in many places in the U.S., and most importantly in the rural areas. The case count per 100,000 much higher in rural areas than in cities, and in the Midwest in particular, really starting to see a pickup now even in the most populous states in the region. Obviously, Wisconsin, very dramatic, but also picking up in Illinois, Michigan, and Ohio. And in those last 2 states, hospitalizations are actually up 30% in the past week. Hospitalizations also picking up, of course, in Europe, John, as are death rates. And as you mentioned, cases at a record in places like Germany, France, Ireland, Spain, cases at the highest since back in April. You can see the dramatic increase on this chart we're showing at GTV Go, looking at the 7-day average for each country. Obviously, the most drastic increases in France and the UK. And the dilemma is, what can leaders really do to rein in those growing virus cases without going into a national lockdown yet again? There is little political appetite for that. Would be very damaging, of course, also to the economic recovery. What they're opting for instead is more targeted, localized restrictions. In France, Emmanuel Macron imposing curfews in certain places, including in Paris. And then in the UK, Boris Johnson putting in different levels of restrictions depending on the region. The question is, John, will people actually follow those rules? Are targeted lockdowns really enough to rein in the virus? And then, of course, are even targeted lockdowns still going to weigh on the recovery, John?
Will local politicians follow those rules? That's a big question here in the UK at the moment. Kaylee, thank you. TPW's Jay Pawlowski seeing a direct connection between the rising case counts and the sell-off in European equities, writing the following. COVID control measures are dampening the reopening trade. The cyclical bias in European equities needs clarity on the vaccine front and perhaps US stimulus to move higher. Jay joins us now for more. Jay, it's been a really tough week for Europe as an economy and not just as a trade. Can you speak to what's happening at the moment? Because most people get frustrated by comparing case count now to case count back then. How do you navigate that issue?
Well, I think that's exactly right, John. The case counts are higher now in Europe, and as was pointed out, higher than in the U.S., which is quite a surprise and not what we expected or others expected, I think, a couple of months ago. But the important thing, I think, is that hospitalizations are down dramatically versus where they were in the first, let's say, the first spike in cases in Europe. Deaths are down significantly. And while we are talking about localized restrictions, which I think is appropriate, they're not shutting down activity completely. So if you look at mobility indicators, for example, they remain real-time mobility indicators in Europe and in the United States dramatically higher than they were in the spring. And look, I think we're getting closer from an investment perspective, John. Every day that passes, we're getting closer to getting clarity on a vaccine, clarity on stimulus, clarity in the U.S. on elections. So from an investor perspective, we were talking months. Now we're talking weeks, maybe even days before we get clarity on vaccines from Pfizer, expecting before the end of this month, vaccine by Moderna, expected by November. So we're in a effort, I believe the politicians in Europe are in an effort to kind of bridge where we are today with where we can get to, and localized lockdowns are much preferable to nationwide lockdowns. I don't think we're going to go back to that. I think we're in mitigation until we get a vaccine.
With that in mind, a recovery trade's the same as reopening trades, Jay. Are they the same thing?
Pretty much, John. I think, and look, we've seen indications of that. I call it a stealth rotation trade over the last couple of months, particularly in the United States, less so elsewhere. And as I pointed out, and as you read, Europe is a cyclical bias to its equity market. We all know that. So the question is, if we expect a boom in 2021, that's our view, a boom in economic activity globally in 2021. Who are going to be the primary beneficiaries? That's what we're investing for now. We're in the second part of October. We're 2-3 months away from 2021. We expect a lot of clarity on stimulus, on elections, on vaccine. We expect a 2021 boom. We expect the reopening trade to do very well. And remember, John, and I talked about it on your own show here a month or two ago, rising rates, a big pickup in economic activity is kryptonite for technology. So it makes perfect sense if you believe in a recovery that you want to be long non-U.S. equity versus U.S. equity, long cyclicals, long small caps, etc.
Well, Jay, you nailed it. You've got to have faith in the recovery. You've got to believe in the recovery. And right now in Europe, not many people are believers. We had sub 50 PMIs on the services PMI coming into the latest restrictions. Jay, people need convincing of this. And as far as other people are concerned, there's a better entry point. It might be 3 months down the road, but I'm not getting burnt going into Europe now. Why is now the right time to put on that trade?
Yeah, no, John, I think, again, you're exactly right. Look, we had a taste of it a week ago. We're only 1 week away, John, from the best week in equity markets in 3 months. That was 2 weeks ago. We had a taste of the rotation trade. And we bumped up, if you look, technicals are important in this kind of range trading market that we have across assets. And if you look, we bumped up against some pretty important levels in long-dated U.S. Treasuries. We almost broke through support. It bounced. XLF in the U.S. financials almost broke above 200-day resistance. We are above it. Yesterday's action, I thought, was very good. The financial ETF ended up above the 200-day moving average. So I think the question we need, what do we need to kind of see that conviction, John? We need clarity on stimulus. And stimulus we're going to get in the next couple of weeks, we're going to get clarity. We're 12 days, John, 12 trading days away from the election. Time is shrinking to make that decision. Once we get stimulus, once we get a vaccine, the action is going to move very quickly. And I think what we've seen in the last 2 weeks is that we are going to need that conviction, John. So I think you're right. To get money off the sidelines, we're going to need clarity on those couple of points. My point is that we're going to get that clarity on stimulus, on elections, on vaccine in the next several weeks, no longer months, next several weeks. So as an investor...
So Jay, I've got to jump in. You and I are going to have to catch up in the next several weeks and have that conversation then. Jay Pawlowski of TPW, thank you, sir. The opening bell just around the corner on Bloomberg.
Ada 3 kelompok pengungsi tersebut yang sudah berpencar arah. Kemudian kami dari Polsek Banda Sakti berkoordinasi dengan perangkat desa Kampung Jomblang melakukan upaya pengumpulan secara persuasif serta minta tolong kepada warga. Alhamdulillah warga yang terpecah semuanya berkumpul.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
Here are the morning calls. Wells Fargo upgrading Caterpillar to overweight. The analyst expecting earnings to improve next year due to accelerating global growth. Jefferies downgrading wind resorts to a hold. The analyst forecasting a more protracted rebound in Macau. And finally, JP Morgan downgrading Clorox to neutral. The analyst expecting sales growth and margins to peak this quarter. That stock down about 1%. Coming up on the programme, gearing up for another big week of earnings. That conversation coming up next with Tollbacken's Michael Purvis on this Friday morning. Good morning. Equities advance.
When everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted, uninterrupted service is peace of mind. Kimmy from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on, so you can keep on.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
I just get the feeling that everyone wants this trading week over with. 18 days from the election. Headline roulette down in D.C. over the fiscal package. The never-ending Brexit story boring you to death. Futures are positive. The data's better in America. That's got to be the story. An upside surprise on retail sales. Up 0.5% on the S&P. NASDAQ futures outperforming. Switch up the board. In the bond market, yields up, treasuries down. The story after the retail sales print. We just about hold on to that, then fade. 0.73% is your yield on a 10-year. Euro advancing, tough week for Europe. Euro dollar, 117.35, and crude, $40 and about 40 cents. We're negative there, about 1.2%. That's the cross-asset picture. Let's get you some movers at the market desk. Here's Abigail.
John, let's start out with some healthcare movers, because we do have Pfizer having a positive update around their vaccine. This, as we do, of course, have the virus surging once again in Europe and some hotspots here in the U.S. as well. They are going to be submitting an emergency application in late November for their vaccine for COVID-19. That is, if a late-stage study proves safe for those who are enrolled. So that stock is popping higher. Also higher is AstraZeneca after they received a deal with Switzerland to provide 5 million doses of their competing vaccine. That, of course, has to be approved as well. Boeing is up more than 4% after its 737 MAX has been deemed safe by Europe's top aviation agency. And then Fiat Chrysler up 2.3%, popping on Daimler's strong quarter. Speaking of earnings, let's take a look at some of the earnings movers here in the U.S. Hewlett Packard is higher, up 1.3%. They missed their fiscal fourth quarter estimates, but the outlook is strong, above estimates, so you see investors rewarding that stock. On the other hand, Intuitive Surgical down about 1% after they missed their third quarter estimates. In the outlook, a little bit more cautious than the street would have liked. Apparently, pandemic headwinds remain. And then finally, J.B. Hunt, the trucking company, down 4.8%. They beat revenues, missed earnings. Margins were squeezed. However, John, this stock was recently at a record high, helping to explain investors simply want more from a trucking company, a transportation company in a pandemic that recently hit a record high.
Abigail on the movers. Thank you, Abigail. About 2 minutes into the session, equities advance about 0.4%. Bottom of the pile, energy down about 0.9%. Top of the pile, materials, we advanced there by 0.8%. Abigail mentioning the earnings, the financials behind us, ahead of us, big names from the tech sector reporting results next week. Running you through the big names, here's Bloomberg's Sarah Ponzek. Hey, Sarah.
Hey, John, much to look forwards to next week and the week after. Of course, we can put a check mark next to those big banks, but next week is our second busiest week of earnings season. The following week is our busiest week, with many of those mega cap tech names coming to the fore, Netflix reporting next week. But to this point, the earnings season has really not been forgiving, at least when it comes to the market. We have seen a beat rate of 85% at this point in time. That is a very high beat rate, considering the long-term average is typically closer to 65% or so. Still, though, the average performance of a stock after reporting in the 24 hours following has been a decline of 1.6%, and we have seen the S&P fall. Now, as I mentioned, we will see those big tech names come to the fore. And you could say that some of these names are market darlings for a reason. Look at what you're looking at here. So technology stocks are not even supposed to see profits decline 2%. That is based on expectations. Still, you have 6 sectors that are expected to see a double-digit profit decline. Industrials expected to see a decline of more than 60%, as you see in the bottom of your screen right here. And this difference has really asserted itself in the stock market of 2020. The FANMAT stocks, or you could call them FANGs with 2 A's plus Microsoft, whatever you do want to call them, up 50% in 2020. Meanwhile, the S&P is up closer to 8%. And if you strip out those 6 names from the S&P's performance, it's actually negative. That orange color right there is your FanMag stocks. Blue is the S&P minus those 6 names. And the fundamentals have matched this. In fact, over the last 12 months, FanMag stocks have actually seen sales increase. They have not been as affected by COVID-19. Some have even been said to be beneficiaries. Meanwhile, you strip those out and sales have declined for the remainder of the S&P, John.
Sarah, thank you. I do always sit here and wonder how people feel when they accidentally tune into financial news and hear things like FanMag stocks. But here we are. Sarah, thank you. I appreciate it. I think Lisa Abramowitz came up with that term about 18 months ago, and I just sat there laughing, and here we are talking about it seriously. On Big Tech, Tallbacken's Michael Purvis betting on tech to outperform, leading the S&P to 3650 by year's end, writing the following. Megacap tech provides a quantity and quality of earnings you can't find anywhere in the world. Support will continue under a wide spectrum of economic conditions, making them even more appealing given the risk environment. Michael joins us now for more. Michael, a scarce asset. Can you walk me through that dynamic and why it's so important to get your hands around?
Well, yeah, as we look at tech stocks, we often think about the excitement of Tesla or Apple, cruising ever higher, and the retail involvement with those stocks we've seen over the summer. But if you step back for a second and think about, put yourself in a global asset allocator's chair, you're looking at, on one hand, extraordinarily low interest rates and generally very tepid inflation around the world. And on the other hand, a basket of companies that happen to be domiciled in the U.S. but are really global. And I'm referring really to the mega cap tech stocks, the Apples and the Microsofts and Amazons, so forth. And they're really global companies. Maybe half of their top line comes from the U.S., half overseas. But you can't find that asset class really in any other market, certainly not in any significant scale and liquidity. So, it's important to, I think, to sort of zoom out and just consider that this asset class is especially relevant to an asset allocator. We look at it we look at tech as a sector. I almost think the big cap tech is almost breaking away into its own asset class in a way, because it has some really unique features. And those unique features are also, by the way, driving this sort of what I call digital polarization that the Fed has to contend with, that value investors have to contend with as well. So, clearly there's periods of overextension like we had in September, but I think they're going to lead the path higher and help bring the S&P 500 to 3650 at the end of the year.
Well, Michael, I don't mean to be snarky. Typically, when we talk about a scarce asset and we talk about a defensive asset, we usually think it's a low beta asset, particularly in the equity market. Defensives, low beta. And I just look at tech and I wonder, how can you be low beta when you are the market? And that's what tech is right now. It basically is the market, Michael.
Well, yes, that's right. If you look at the beta, for example, of the NDX to the SPX, back in the 90s, it was a very different number, much higher number, right? And what's happened is that it's become this sort of, as you said, I described it as the techification of the S&P 500, which has changed the overall margin complexion, the overall return on asset complexion for the broader market, simply because the weighting is so much higher there. So you're absolutely right. It is becoming, part of the really defining, the broader, do you want to own the S&P 500, yes or no question. And again, you can't find that dimension in European equities or Japanese equities or most emerging market equity baskets there. So you're absolutely right. It's becoming that. But I would also say, John, that if you look at the earnings of big cap tech, the quality of it's not just the quantity of those earnings, and I'm not talking about expectations. Just go back for the last 5 years. You look at the quantity of those earnings, and then you look at the volatility of those historic earning streams. And that ratio, I call it a Sharpe ratio for earnings. Simply the growth divided by the standard deviation of those earnings. It is vastly superior to what you'll find in other sectors and other equity markets, and certainly values. Yeah. So there's beta in the market, but there's also this concept that the earnings are extraordinarily stable within big cap tech and very insensitive to so much political situations, geopolitical situations, yield curves expanding, yield curves contracting, pick your scenario, they kind of grind their way through it because of the uniqueness of their business models.
Michael, stick with us. I just want to get to the market action at the moment. The S&P 500 up 1/3 of 1%. The Nasdaq up around about 0.5%. We're looking ahead to some of the tech earnings. Got to look to a recent rally in the transports as well, facing a big test next week as the sector gears up to report results. On that story, Bloomberg's Scarlett Fu joins us now. Hey, Scarlett.
Hi, John. Yeah, and what a rally it's been. In the wake of the pandemic, both tech and transportation stocks were big winners, and the narrative was really clear. The disruption led to surging demand for hardware, software, the cloud, while a network of companies needed to deliver our new PCs and other purchases to our front door. So after a blistering summer rally in which everything seemed to gravitate to new highs, tech stumbled in September, but notably, transports did not. The Dow Transports move relative to its 200-day moving average, that's the blue line, has continued to widen and has now caught up to the tech premium. The white line is the NDX's relative strength to its long-term trend line.
The Dow Transports average yesterday closed at a new high. That's its 5th in 6 days, and it's now up around 80% off its lows. And it's been led by delivery companies, FedEx and UPS, which are among its most influential members, and of course, some of its best performers as well. This is despite a significant drag from the airlines, which is the Dow Transport's smallest weighted members. Trucking is also seen as fairly well placed because increased demand plus a shortage of drivers equals higher rates. But according to Susquehanna, these fundamentals are a known, which may explain the reaction to J.B. Hunt's earnings this morning. Expectations got ahead of themselves, and we saw the average third quarter earnings estimate increase by 5 cents in the 4 weeks leading up to the results. J.B. Hunt's stock jumped 13% in October. Now, rail companies will give us a read next week when CSX reports, and according to Bloomberg Intelligence, falling demand for commodities like coal, like crude oil, is hurting volumes, but a pickup in manufacturing will lead to restocking, and that may make up for it. John?
Scarlett, thank you. Let's continue this conversation just briefly with Michael Purvis. A final question from me. Michael, we caught up with Jay Pawlowski of TPW and said that higher rates would be like kryptonite for big tech. When you compare the new economy, the tech players that you've described, the old economy, the old stocks that we've been used to for years, decades, that Scarlett's talking about right now, how do higher rates and higher yields fit into those two trades?
Well, I think there's the notion that classically that as interest rates go higher, that you're supposed to sell tech and buy value, with the notion that longer dated assets are going to be more sensitive to a higher discount rate. For me, that logic is too textbooky, if you will. What I think happens classically over the last several years is that rates higher reflect a growing economy, and there's going to be rotation into value and cyclical stocks away from the big cap tech names. I think that's really kind of what it's more about, the unexpected improvement in the economic condition that's going to help lift those value stocks or cyclical stocks higher there. But I think you have to be very measured with expecting how high a increase in rates, or for the matter, how sustained a value rotation is going to be. There are certain sectors and stocks that are very much sort of exempt from this concept, if you will. But I think generally, the value rotations tend to happen when tech gets sort of overextended and investors need to place some money there. The irony, I think, is that value investors are typically buy and hold investors, but increasingly they have to learn how to be traders, and momentum or growth names are ones you just kind of want to sit back and hold. They're sort of a switch off and sort of investment tactics, if you will, that you need to consider there. So I don't buy the whole rates are going to go up to 2.5% and because of Democratic sweep and you have to own cyclical names and sell your Apple and Microsoft.
Michael, point well made, sir. Great to catch up with you as always. Looking forward to catching up ahead of the election as well. Michael Purvis there of Toolback. And coming up on this programme, US retail sales rising at the fastest pace in 3 months. That conversation coming up next with UBS's Michael Clougherty, and we'll touch base with Michael McKee. And quite a week for mixed data worldwide, not just in America. That's next on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen.
And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market, it's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
When opportunity knocks at the door, don't say, blimey, I've still got my pajamas on. Say yes to stuff and it will take you interesting places.
We're clearly going through some very unusual times and, enormous difficulties getting groups of people to agree on things.
From Bloomberg's European headquarters in the City of London, join us on Leaders with LACWA.
Fifteen minutes into the session, equities advancing 0.4% on the S&P. Your outperformance on the Nasdaq up by 0.6%. Regionally, your outperformance coming from Europe. The DAX bouncing back after a rough day yesterday, up a little more than 1%, up by about 1.1% this morning. Elsewhere in America, retail sales rising at the fastest pace since June, despite accelerating virus infections threatening the economic rebound. Morgan Stanley's Chet and I maintaining a V-shaped recovery is still intact.
The equation between virus and the economy is changing. So as we keep seeing this new cases rising again, we have to temper down the expectation of its impact on the economy. But it will still continue to make progress towards that V-shaped recovery call that we had made, which is that we will see that U.S. economy will reach pre-COVID levels by second quarter of 2021. The V-shaped recovery path looks very much secure.
Michael McKee joins us now. Mike, it's not been obvious. Retail sales were good today. Claims were a little bit more concerning yesterday, and some data about 30 minutes ago disappointed too. Can you put it all together for us, Mike?
Well, basically, John, we've had a good news, bad news day that leaves us no better off in terms of knowing where we're going in terms of the economy, even where we are in terms of the economy. You're right about retail sales up 1.9% for the headline. That's compared with a 0.6 rise the month before in August. And the control group, which is the part that goes into GDP that everybody really cares about, it was up 1.4%. It had contracted 0.3% in August. So much better news, led by the fact that Americans spent a ton of money, 11% gain on clothes. Back to school, I guess, worked this year. The level of retail sales now 7.1% higher than it was last year. So retail sales, at least in terms of dollars, has recovered. Clothing store sales still down 12%, though. Industrial production, the other number you mentioned, down 0.6 on the month. Now, air conditioners switched off, so utilities were down significantly. But the bad news was manufacturing was down 0.3%. It was up 1% in August. And manufacturing was the part of the economy that was supposed to be good. Now, you can see there the Atlanta Fed GDP numbers, the forecast for what it would be if GDP were just based on the numbers we have so far today. And they say 35.2% rebound in the second quarter. Now, that's on an annualized basis. If you figure out what that means on a quarter-over-quarter basis, the first quarter was up, the first quarter was down a little bit, and the second quarter was down a lot in the U.S. by about 32%. And so a 35% rise would bring us just ahead of where we were in quarter one in terms of GDP. However, what we end up with is a GDP number that is still 5.6% below what it otherwise would have been by the second quarter when Chet and I says we're going to catch up. Because if you assume that the economy is growing 2.4%, last year's average, that's where we would have been, up at about 20 trillion, 189 million. And so we've got a long way to go to catch up. We may have something of a V. You can see there, the red circle is where we anticipate what the forecast is if you use the GDP now number, and the blue line is what we would have been if not for COVID. So we're still going to be very short in terms of getting the economy back to where it otherwise would have been.
$1 billion, $1 trillion, it's hard to keep up these days. Mike? Great work as always, sir. Michael McKee there on the economy. This bond market sold off after retail sales. Then the bid came back in. A 10-year yield down by about a basis point on a session now, 0.72%. On rates on the Treasury market, Michael Clottey joins us now, UBS head of US rate strategy. Michael, it's really interesting, this rates market in Treasuries, that we've thrown everything at this. We've had a conversation about $2-3 trillion of fiscal stimulus, and here we are still in and around 70 basis points. Why, Michael?
So I think in the short term, we're going to get a little counter trends moving here. So we've all been very worried about all this supply. What we think we're going to get in the November funding announcement is a slowdown in the rate of increase in auctions. So the current pace of auction increases just raises an extraordinary amount of money. So if you stick with the current pace for one quarter, stay at that level for the following year, you raise an extra $576 billion of cash from the increase in auction sizes. So that you can't stay at that pace for very long. You start to raise too much money. We think they're going to slow down at the upcoming November refunding meeting, and it'll mean they're going from 150 miles an hour to 120 miles an hour. It's still a scary pace, but it's going to feel a lot slower for a while, and we think this will put some stress on some of the supply-driven trades out there.
Michael, just on the Treasury market, I think it's worth pursuing this a little bit further. Morgan Stanley CFO was on the programme yesterday speaking to our colleagues, and he said that a Biden blue wave was priced in. Do you think that has been priced into the Treasury market then?
I don't think it's been fully priced in. I think, clearly the backup in yields we've seen recently reflecting some of that. But I don't think we're pricing. I think we're pricing in Biden, but I don't think we're pricing in a full Democratic sweep yet.
What do you think the downside is on rates if we wake up November 4th with a divided government?
With divided government, I think, I do think we're going to see 10s rally, close to 10 basis points off of that.
Well, what was that, Michael? 10-20?
It'll rally about 10 basis points, which, again, doesn't seem like a lot, but you're at such low levels that to get you lower takes a lot of lift.
Well, this is the big question at the moment for people putting together portfolios. Where do they get that safety from? And to your point, 10 basis points is a lot if you're at 70. Do you question the risk mitigating characteristics of treasuries? Are you in that camp, Michael? What do you say to clients when that conversation comes up? Because I imagine it will.
Yes. Particularly in 5 years and shorter, there's just very little upside in those maturities. So you're just not getting a hedging benefit from that. Forcing people to drift out the curve and actually take more interest rate risk in order to get any hedging benefits from there, even out in 10-year space, not a tremendous amount. So it's forcing people to go out to the bond, which, again, you're taking a lot of risk to cover yourself there.
Michael, enjoy catching up with you, sir. Come back soon, won't you? Michael Clottey there of UBS on this rates market. Equities are higher with a sector price action. Back with us. Here's Abigail.
John, interestingly, with the S&P 500's modest gain right now, there's a slightly more risk-on tone, but it's not very themey. It's more idiosyncratic to the names beneath it. The top sector is healthcare, being helped out by Pfizer and hope around the vaccine. The industrials being helped out by Boeing and the fact that the 737 MAX has been deemed safe by a European aviation agency. That we have some of the stay-at-home discretionary and staples. On bottom, energy, that is in line with oil being down. Now, on the month, this is interesting because the top sector in the month of October so far, utilities, this even as yields are higher. Typically, the utilities would be hurt by yields going higher because those dividends don't look as attractive. And then some of the discretionary and tech. So October right now shaping up as defense growth and the industrial cyclical tilt, John.
Abigail, thank you. Coming up, the market-moving events you need to be watching. That'll be next in our trading diary. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to That's Debatable, an interactive series on today's most pressing issues. The resolution this time, is it time to redistribute the wealth? Two perspectives.
Pointing to billionaires and saying we should take their money away is ineffective political strategy.
We have a choice in this country, either great wealth in the hands of a few or a democracy.
I'm John Donvan. Join us for That's Debatable, presented by Bloomberg and Intelligence Squared, Friday at 7 p.m.
The second half will be a lot stronger than the first half in China. We're heading to what we call the golden season of auto sales.
We are very confident, we're going to have another big growth, 2021 versus 2020.
We did not see people kind of holding back.
Chinese customers are into, right now, buying individual mobility.
Their CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
Here's the trading diary over the next week. Joe Biden discussing healthcare in Michigan at 2:30 Eastern. President Trump holding a rally in Georgia at 7. Then Netflix reported results next Tuesday after the close. Tesla reporting on Wednesday. Plus we get the Fed's beige book. And finally, initial jobless claims on Thursday, followed by the next and final presidential debate from Nashville, Tennessee. From London and New York, this was the countdown to the open. For our audience worldwide, catch me on Twitter at Ferro TV. This is Bloomberg.
When everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted, uninterrupted service is peace of mind. Juzi from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things. They're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He's all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has coming here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá tan solo? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things of in life happens. You know, I'm here by myself. So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de acá. This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji like you use the most to send to each other?
There's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically, bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade, and they helped us finalize the venue. And it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date, and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger, and without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry city?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became something that's on T-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law, with its swagger and ill-fitting suits, caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
It's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning, who used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for
Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start.
From that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. elections.
Yes.
the U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world, yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor schoolteacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, come to us, say, 24 people went for the job. 23 people accepted. I was the only guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word, beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统建设，这方面确实比你早。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你们长。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你们长。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma is an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker, and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it's served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different...
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, ValueAg, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light in being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I've learned so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, it is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
A bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Spend cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. It's got to practice. You've got to be able to judge material temperatures. You've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's a stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, and you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours, start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table, once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blue能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同志互联网公司。
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick 2 weeks later.
12 in the morning, pop shells for a living and berry gon' smell blood trail every minute road.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I just did a sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. It's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch.
This is the hardest nigga of all time. You said when you come for a trigger like me. That was dope.
Like, it's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, it's like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chiga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chiga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1. I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chiga. I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
Oh my God!
That's my dad, son.
You guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
Back on my bullshit, man, you can't believe it. Who the fuck you said I should quit?
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store when customers touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, "It feels like I've been released from prison." Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right.
Yeah.
And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya! When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time.
Yeah, my love.
A lot of the time, with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of them. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that? Good.
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably.
He's written it out bigger on the board. Thank you.
Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Mayron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本やったのかな。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるための、そういう器みたいな感じになってます。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning, who used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks.
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims,
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone it's a girl, Superwoman? I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time. My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea. Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone. Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's a girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name. Maybe this should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up.
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rusovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope, and so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rusovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime, you know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did, and should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, you know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company, and that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivas_a_chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned even if there are swerves ahead.
Thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing in new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yep.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. Yes. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
But do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
But some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, you know, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering
to,
in
mean
means
to a layman like me? Crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want there's an autonomous car, yes or no, and we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is a
you
brand.
had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. That's
telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that is, this time, this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking in some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers, the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership, so it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company, and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values, and one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question. I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company, and to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes, yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in this space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
Is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. Live from New York and New Jersey. We're working from home, streaming on YouTube as well. It is Friday, October 16, 2020. Carol Masser along with Paul Sweeney. It's TGIRF because it's kind of a rainy Friday in the New York metro area. Paul, I don't know what it's like by you, but it's definitely been kind of stormy here.
Yeah, absolutely. After 2 perfect days of nice fall weather, we're paying for it a little bit here. So, but anyway, it's a good day in the markets, Carol. We've got green on the screen after a couple shaky days.
Yeah, absolutely. We're off our highs, and there's lots of stimulus talk, so that's probably helping. It's like everybody just woke up again and remembered there's an election just 17 days away, and they're like, yeah, stimulus might be a good idea here. So still not sure about the outlook, but we've got a great roundup of leaders in telecom, retail, fast food, and luxury to give us a window into what's going on. So settle in, everybody, because we've got a great 4 hours coming your way. In the meantime, let's get a check on that trading day. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Well, hello there. Bright and sunny on Wall Street today, at least for the bulls, with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all moving higher. S&P rebounding from a 3-day slide. We are on track for a winning week, 3rd in a row if it happens. Stocks higher after measures of retail sales and consumer sentiment rose. Traders, though, bracing for heightened volatility amid the expiration of equity options. Here's where we stand. S&P up 18, now up 0.5. NASDAQ up 40. That is a gain of 0.3%. And the Dow up 243, up by about 0.9%. 10-year yield 0.73%. Gold is down 0.4%, 19.01 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude now down 0.2%, $40.88 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Yes, indeed. Charlie, thank you so much. And all right, everybody, U.S. posting a record $3.1 trillion budget deficit for the fiscal year 2020. That headline just crossing the Bloomberg. We knew it was going to be big, Paul.
That sounds big to me.
I'm glad it's not mine, but it is mine. All of us Americans. It's all part of our, certainly our debt here in the country. All right, let's set the Business Week agenda. Vince Signorella is with us, global macro strategist at Bloomberg News. He contributes to the Macro Squawk Desk. Squawk is a real-time curated news that's audio streamed directly through your terminal, so find it at Squawk Go on your launchpad. Dave Wilson with us, stocks editor at Bloomberg News, on the remote access from New Jersey. All right, Mr. Signorella, what's interesting to you on this Friday? Beyond getting to 5 o'clock quitting time. 6 o'clock for us, but 5 o'clock for you.
I know. Actually, if you hadn't said the record trade deficit thing, I was going to put my pinky up to my mouth and review it for the listeners. But a lot of things are interesting. Retail sales number, a blowout at a time when personal income is falling. Obviously, this is coming from savings. We've actually seen an uptick in income for lower third of income earners and a downtick in the top third of income earners. We're not suggesting we're going to get income inequality anytime soon, but you can see where the spending is coming from. It generally does drive from the paycheck to paycheck crowd. Also interesting with that is I've been wondering today, and we'll do doing a blog post later on, if that is actually going to make the sell to the Senate more difficult in trying to get a stimulus package through, because there are a number of senators who think no stimulus is needed. McConnell is stuck on the $500 billion, and you get blowout numbers in U.S. data today, including a pickup in consumer sentiment, as Charlie mentioned, and it makes for a harder argument to sell to the Senate to say we need more stimulus. And you know, there's obviously still differences between the White House and the Democrats, but this could be one of those times where, you know, good news means bad news again. So we'll have to see how that plays out. That's kind of what traders are talking about.
And I'll just say with stimulus, I mean, as Paul and I talked about a lot yesterday, I mean, tell it to the millions of people who have fallen into poverty.
Yeah.
You know, they could use certainly a little leg up here.
And if I could just make one point on that real quick, is that most of the people you talk to and most of the analysts and all the people who are writing and saying that we don't need any more stimulus and the economy is doing well are all the people who are working. They're not the people who are out of work. So ask them and you'll get a different answer.
Yeah, exactly. Dave Wilson, we have some green on the screen today after a few days of losses here. What's kind of interesting to you?
Well, it's a fairly broad-based advance. You know, that's what counts. You know, it's interesting, though, to hear Vince talk about, you know, the retail sales in the context of the stimulus package because, you know, before when that's come up, it's been about the stock market. And sure enough, you know, even with the S&P 500 falling for the last 3 days before rising today, I mean, you're talking about an index that is pretty close to its record from the beginning of September, right around 3,500 at the moment. Peak just above 3580. So that's another piece of the puzzle in terms of, you know, how much, you know, sort of momentum there may be, you know, either from the Republicans or the Democrats to get a deal done at this point. Beyond that, I mean, what jumps out, you know, you've got Boeing up 2.6%, you know, the European Union's top aviation regulator talking about the possibility of the plane getting back into the air, the 737 MAX jet more specifically. You got Pfizer up 3.3%, the story there. You know, their CEO, Albert Bourla, writing an open letter saying that, you know, by next month, there may be an application for emergency use authorization of the COVID-19 vaccine they're developing with Germany's BioNTech.
Right.
And on the other side of the coin, you look at a company like Schlumberger, down 8.4%. Energy is the one group out of the 11 main ones in the S&P 500 that's lower, and a big piece of that, Schlumberger's results not going over so well.
So, all right, Vince Signorella, you and I are sitting at a bar, Paul too, Dave too. I don't know what your drink of choice is. I might be having a nice martini. What is it that we need to focus on the next couple of weeks, especially as we kind of count down here to the election?
Well, next week, I think in particular, we want to keep an eye on NASDAQ. Republican Senator Hawley said he's going to take a bill to the floor or try to pass a bill next week to rein in big tech. Now, what that means, obviously some calling for a breakup, all kind, you can go anywhere with this. But the Section 230 for tech protection is what's been coming up this week. If they take that take that away. Not sure where that leaves the big tech companies, but there are certainly people on both sides of the aisle who have the bit between the teeth to break up the big FANG companies, and I think that will have a lot of impact on the markets next week, depending on how those conversations go.
All right, Dave Wilson, 20 seconds, quick tease of your chart.
Oh, the chart. Kind of hard to get.
What was that? This is a gift, Dave Wilson.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're looking for dividend income these days, let's just say it's kind of hard to find.
Oh, ooh, that's a good tease. All right, Dave, we know we'll see you a little bit later on. Vince Signorella, thank you, as always. Have a great weekend. Global macro strategist, Bloomberg News. He's a must-read, certainly on the Squawk Desk, so check it out at the Bloomberg. All right, Paul Sweeney, let's talk about this show because we've got what is, I think, still the most read in the past 8 hours on the Bloomberg. Has to do with the president and how he has begun openly acknowledging his precarious re-election chances and is undercutting his own campaign's attempts to kind of tailor appeals to women and seniors as polls show them increasingly flocking toward Joe Biden.
Yeah, and I don't think his performance last night at that town hall helped him any. That's all I can say. That's my takeaway. I'm sure Kevin Cirilli's got much more better analysis, but I just don't think it helped him.
Yeah, the dueling debates, man. We're going to talk about all of that later on. Speaking of the election, Bishop Wayne T. Jackson, he's back. He's founder and CEO of the Impact Network. They have tens of millions of viewers. Yeah. He is working on big time on getting out the black vote, so we'll talk to him about that. We're going to talk about leadership, too, something we do a lot here. We've got the former and longtime CEO of Dunkin' Donuts with lessons learned. It's in the family. His dad created the company. He, at a young age, ran it. I love these kinds of stories.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it's what a brand has become from that small donut shop to a global brand, now known as Dunkin'.
I know, exactly, right? It really changed. And when it comes to leaders in the analyst community, man, we've got a great one, courtesy of you, someone you've known for a long time.
Yeah, Craig Moffett, founder. Chat with him, about Apple, about big tech and telecom.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's certainly a name that's very well known to our audience. All right, it's time for the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day, one number that tells us a lot. Today's number, nice and round, 37,000. According to the Wall Street Journal, more Americans are renouncing their citizenship. In the past decade, nearly 37,000 have expatriated. In the first 2 quarters of this year, more than 5,300 people turned in their passports or green cards, nearly matching the total in all of 2016. That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
All right. There's got to be more of a story there, and we've got to get to that. All right, let's get to World and National News headlines. For that, it's over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden outdrew President Trump in the TV broadcast and cable ratings. For their competing town hall events last night, Biden drew 13.9 million viewers. President Trump had 13 million. Pollster and political strategist Frank Luntz tells Bloomberg he does not believe either event changed the minds of those still undecided.
They agree with what the administration has done, but they don't like Donald Trump. They don't like the way that he relates to people. They like Joe Biden very much. They feel that he empathizes and cares about them, but they are scared, still scared, about his economic policy.
Luntz says he believes it's Biden's race to lose at this point. Well, we're getting a little insight into how Joe Biden would fill his cabinet if he does win the White House.
Biden plans to tap officials from inside the Washington Beltway with years of government service experience. Sources tell Bloomberg his top candidates for Secretary of State include longtime aide Antony Blinken and Susan Rice, the Obama-era National Security Advisor. Former Undersecretary of Defense Michelle Flournoy is on the short list for Defense Secretary, as is former Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson. Analysts say Biden's lower-key approach reflects the challenges of the times. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Well, some encouraging news from a Defense Department study that shows coronavirus exposure risk on airplanes is very low if every passenger wears a mask. Paul Hartshorn is with the Association of Professional Flight Attendants.
I think the minute people feel comfortable getting back on aircraft is what everyone's looking for.
Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
All right, this is probably, thank you very much, Nancy, a sign of more things to come. The real estate space, I love talking about it, Paul, and we've had a lot of stories on the Bloomberg. I'm getting ready to actually host a panel for Milken coming up on Monday that's all about real estate with a bunch of people from kind of all over the globe. This story caught our attention, though, by Natalie Wong of Bloomberg, a Japanese advertising firm apparently considering unloading what was supposed to be a new office in Manhattan. And we're talking about the Dentsu Group exploring plans to sublease space in Chelsea, where Tishman Speyer is renovating a former U.S. Postal Service facility that was set to be the advertising firm's main U.S. office, according to those in the know. That's a pretty big deal, it sounds like.
It is, and I know the Dentsu Group. They're a big advertising, one of the largest advertising agencies in the world, and based in Japan. And they, of course, have presence in New York, Madison Avenue, as you would expect. And they're looking to consolidate a lot of their offices around the city in this cool new building down in the Chelsea neighborhood. And so the issue is, like we've been talking about, Carol. I think with people working remotely from home fairly successfully, I think we're going to see a lot of companies rethink their need for corporate office space, particularly in some of the high rent areas like in New York City. And, I suspect that this is going to be, kind of the early innings of what's going to be a fairly tough game for the commercial real estate folks here in the Metro New York area.
Well, I think about our conversation with Ket Swig earlier in the week. Certainly a big presence in terms of residential commercial real estate, especially in New York City. And you talked about Facebook, right? And they're leasing lots of space right now, and they're going to have thousands of workers. But I agree with you. I think companies, first of all, real estate in a city like Manhattan, it's expensive. It's a big, line on the balance sheet. And so if there's different ways that they can maybe work around that and reduce some of their costs, I bet they can, especially as you say, a lot of people who can work from home have actually been doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I'm probably on the side of the folks who say New York will definitely come back from this, but boy, you can certainly make the argument the next couple of years could be tough.
All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing on track for a winning week. If we do have an up week, that will be the longest weekly advance since late August. S&P rebounding from a 3-day slide, up by 20 points now, up 0.6%. Measures of retail sales and consumer sentiment helping lift stocks today, with the Dow up 268 points, up 0.9%. NASDAQ up 39, that is a gain of 0.3%. Boeing among the leading stocks in the Dow Jones Industrial Average, as Europe's regulator said the 737 MAX may return to the region's skies by year-end. Boeing up now by 2.75%. 10-year down 1/32, 10-year yield 0.73%. Gold is down 0.3%, 1902 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude lower a little change, down 0.1%, 40.92 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Well, I got to say, this surprised me, and I actually should go back and check out the most read because, you know, Paul, I always like to check where our daily virus updates on the Bloomberg sit among our most read stories on the Bloomberg. I had to actually go to the second page to find it, right?
Where it used to be the top of page 1.
Exactly, which I thought was kind of interesting considering our environment. Yeah, maybe that's it, right?
Maybe it's fatigue, you know.
And we've got a bunch of headlines out. We've got worldwide cases, I think, surpassing 39 million. The U.S. reporting the most daily infections in 2 months. Total cases nearing 8 million. So some of the headlines definitely jarring. Let's bring in Dr. Ian Lustbader. We go to him every week for an update, for some clarity and perspective on the virus. He's Clinical Associate Professor of Medicine at NYU Langone Medical Center, and he joins us on the phone in New York. Dr. Lustbader, good to have you back with us. How are you doing this week?
Okay, thank you, Carol and Paul. Hope you guys are doing well, and definitely a very busy news week, and certainly on the COVID front as well.
Well, tell us what you're seeing in terms of the virus. I'm curious. I was actually at a doctor's office today, and I'm like, "Are you guys seeing an uptick?" And they're like, "Nope, we're not yet, but we know that there's pockets around New York City." What are you seeing in your, certainly when you're at the hospital or in your private practice?
So certainly in private practice, we are seeing a lot of the post-COVID syndrome and a lot of the long haulers. We're not really seeing a big surge in cases, although a lot of those are really more in the Midwest. I mean, we certainly know nationally our cases are up over 50,000 a day of positive tests. Now, obviously, not everyone is ill and not everyone does poorly, but certainly the number of cases increasing. And in the New York City area, we certainly have a few pockets where there is kind of a surge in cases. We're not seeing a lot of that in the office yet, at least with my colleagues. And the hospitals, too, seem to have, not zero cases, but certainly not the surge that we saw previously. So will it come? Hard to know. We're certainly in Europe and around the world, we're seeing really that second or third wave hit. So that is the challenge.
So, Doctor, at NYU Langone Medical Center, a huge medical center, one of the finest, obviously, in New York City, how have you and the hospital staff there kind of starting to prepare yourself for what might be a second wave? That first wave that we all experienced back in March and April was so jarring for the medical facilities. What changes have been made?
Well, it's definitely a challenge because we're now beginning to really see over the last month or so all of those patients that were afraid to come in. So elective surgery and colonoscopies and stress tests and, all of that general medical care has really surged to pre-COVID levels, which is good news. People are getting taken care of. Everyone for certainly whether it's surgery or some cases they get swabbed to make sure all the patients are in a COVID-free zone. But there's certainly awareness among hospital leadership that a similar strategy may have to be implemented where the hospital has more beds and more areas available if those COVID patients come back. And certainly in terms of treatment, it's a very dynamic area. There were just some studies that really questioned how effective remdesivir is. There was a WHO study, and so that is part of the standard cocktail. President Trump got that. Certainly alone, that may not be that effective. So it's really a dynamic landscape where we're trying a number of things, and things are not completely proven. But, there's good news as well. Pfizer coming to the end of their phase 3 study and may be able to get vaccine approval. We're not hearing a lot of complications from the vaccines. Now, again, they don't publicize all of that. Eventually, that will all have to go through the FDA. But we're not hearing a lot of problems. So I'm encouraged by the vaccine, although it certainly is going to be months away before everyone starts getting it.
Right, especially when you think about the ramp up, right? Like we've had some stories on the Bloomberg just now. States are figuring out, like there isn't one version where the federal government says, "Hey guys, here's how we're going to roll out the vaccine." It's states are kind of scrambling to figure out how to do it.
Right. Well, first, they have to be approved, and FDA, approved, and the data reviewed, and there's some concern: are they really rushing it? And this is a record time. Because it's not even a year. It's amazing. February, March is when the first cases came out, and we're now in, October. So it is really quite amazing to have developed it, and with unique technology, that messenger RNA, Moderna, Pfizer. There are a variety of techniques, and all of them are really much faster than the traditional methods. And it's amazing to be in these phase 3 studies, which is really sort of the before approval and release. And I think it's encouraging if you have 30, 40,000 patients. Granted, it's not millions or hundreds of millions, but if we're not really seeing significant side effects, I think that's encouraging.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Sit tight for a second, Ian. We're going to do a little bit of news, and then, as you know the drill, we're going to come back and continue the conversation. Because I am curious. I know you talked about Europe earlier, and I do wonder, does Europe and the rising numbers necessarily mean that that's what we're going to see in the U.S., whether that's an indication of what's to come? So we're going to continue with Dr. Ian Lustbader, Clinical Associate Professor of Medicine at NYU Langone Medical Center, on the phone from New York. Paul, he's been such a great go-to, and so many times he would bring up something, and then it's in the headlines like the next day or the following week. Yeah. So he's really been someone who has been on the front lines, dealing with patients, seeing it firsthand, and he's just been a great voice for us.
Yeah, it's great, Bloomberg Radio here, that we've had so many good sources really trying to get us up to speed on really this virus. And so we've had people from Johns Hopkins as well, so very fortunate.
All right, we're going to continue our conversation. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Paul Sweeney on a day when we do see stocks actually higher, and we're on track for some gains this week. Stick around. We're coming back in just a moment right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Massar along with Paul Sweeney on a TGIF. Man, I'm exhausted. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to wrap.
There's no easy weeks, it seems like.
There are no easy weeks, and that's really the case when it comes to COVID-19. We're going to continue our conversation with Dr. Ian Lustbader over at NYU Langone Medical Center. But first up, back to your top business stories and another check on that trading day. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. Happy Friday to you both. Once again, green on the screen right now with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P rebounding from a 3-day slide, heading for its longest weekly advance since late August. Stocks climbed after gauges of retail sales and consumer sentiment topped estimates. S&P up now by 21, up 0.6%. The Dow up 265, up 0.9%. NASDAQ is up 45 points, a gain there of 0.4%. 10-year down 2/30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.73%. Gold down $6 the ounce. That's a drop of 0.3%, now at $19.02. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%, $40.83 a barrel. Red ink is flooding the American economy. The federal government posted the largest budget deficit on record, $3.1 trillion in the fiscal year that ended in September. Pfizer says it could seek emergency use authorization for its COVID-19 vaccine in the U.S. by late November if the shot is shown to be effective in a large, late-stage trial. Pfizer shares up now by 3.4%. CVS Health and Walgreens Boots Alliance will give COVID-19 vaccines to residents and employees of long-term care facilities. Those shots will be free to the facilities. In the meantime, Dr. Andrew Pekosh, a professor of molecular microbiology and immunology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, says masks do remain one of the best defenses.
It's quite clear that we know how to reduce cases. Mask wearing is one of the critical things. Social distancing is a second thing that goes hand in hand with the mask wearing. It seems to be more of a politicized issue these days, and that's turning back in terms of reduced compliance for something that we know is a rather straightforward way for us to reduce cases and keep our economies open.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 21, now a gain of 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie. Thank you so much. Let's get right to Dr. Ian Lustbader, still with us, Clinical Associate Professor of Medicine at NYU Langone Medical Center, on the phone from New York City. So I do want to ask you, Ian, so goes Europe, so go the United States. And I ask that because I've been talking with some folks over in Asia, and they're like, if you want clues of kind of maybe what happens next for you in the U.S., just look at what's going on in Asia. But we know it's not apples to apples, whether it's Asia in the U.S. or Europe in the U.S. So when we see those rising numbers in Europe, what should we take from that potentially as U.S. citizens? Or nothing, maybe?
I agree with you. I think globally we're certainly seeing another wave, and in South America and certainly in Europe, France almost declaring a state of emergency with things borderline. And both due to the seasonal factors, as the weather gets cooler, there's less outdoor distancing, there's more indoor meeting. And so it's not uncommon. We saw this in 1918 with various waves of the H1N1 Spanish flu.
Well, I did not see that at 1918, and I know you did not, and I know Paul did not.
Our collective memory. Right. So and without a vaccine and without effective treatment, it's not totally shocking to see that. It is a little hard to explain country by country variations. Now, part of that is habits and mask wearing and social distancing. Part of it may also relate to underlying health. In other words, there are some countries that are thinner, healthier, and we do know that diabetes, high blood pressure, elevated weight, and unfortunately in the United States, we have an epidemic of obesity, we have an epidemic of type 2 diabetes, we have an epidemic of a lot of those health issues, and that makes us more vulnerable to the virus. So when people who are not in optimal health get exposed to the virus, higher complication rates, higher hospitalizations, and higher death rates. So individually, we need to take care of ourselves and do smart things like mask wearing. I certainly agree. I think we have a good consensus. Alone, that's probably not enough, and certainly people need to get their diseases under control, better diet, lose weight, exercise more regularly.
Should we make sure we get like the normal flu shot, things like that, just to make sure we're not kind of, more vulnerable in terms of health? Yeah.
100%, Carol, as usual. You're on the case. And, absolutely, you want to minimize comorbidities, or the worst thing would be getting flu and COVID. And we think that double virus hit would have a much higher morbidity and mortality. So while we're waiting for approval of monoclonal antibodies and while we're waiting approval for messenger RNA and other vaccines, we have to be very vigilant, with mask wearing and hand washing, and some people feel, Tony Fauci, vitamin D supplementation. You don't want to take too much, you don't want to take too little. You can find your levels, and of course, diet, exercise, weight loss. We've seen a lot of increased in weight by people staying indoors and eating poorly and gaining weight. So, we have to take individual control while we're waiting for some technological breakthroughs, which I think are coming. I mean, they're here in a few months.
All right, doctor, let's go there. Vaccines, we got a lot of companies working on them. Let's say we do, in fact, get some vaccines, late this year, maybe first half of next year. What are your patients telling you about their willingness to take a vaccine?
Yeah.
Another good question. Certainly all the healthcare professionals I speak to, they are ready to take those vaccines. I'm certainly ready to do that because we're exposed every day. The patients really are, some of them are afraid that we've rushed this. Some of them are afraid to take any vaccine, including what we recommend, tetanus, pneumonia, shingles vaccine. So there are some, not anti-vaxxers, but people who are a little afraid to take vaccines. So it may be a challenge to get everybody on board with a COVID vaccine, and if only a small percentage of people take it, it's obviously going to be less effective. So I think if the first wave of people, perhaps healthcare professionals and or elderly people in nursing homes take it, and they seem to do well, hopefully that will encourage everyone to line up and get on board.
Ian, really quickly, 25 seconds. Are you surprised or comforted by New York schools that it seems to be, for the most part, going fairly well? Just quickly.
Yes, I think there are a lot of reasons to get back. I think if it's done carefully, it should be successful.
All right, good stuff. You are quick. You've done this so much. You're so good. Ian, have a great weekend.
It's a pleasure. You too. Thanks so much.
Stay well. Dr. Ian Lustbader, Clinical Associate Professor of Medicine at NYU Langone Medical Center, on the phone from New York. I am kind of comforted, Paul, and I know there's a lot of kids still not back at school, and there's a lot of virtual learning going on, but that the numbers have kind of stayed okay.
They have, knock on wood, and I think it's because of the staff and the parents and everybody doing the right thing.
I agree.
Trying
totally. All right, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. Over to Nancy Lyons. We go once again in our Bloomberg 991 newsroom in the nation's capital. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Millions of Americans are breaking voter turnout records with 3 weeks to go before the election, and Democrats are casting early ballots at a far higher rate than Republicans. The Elections Project out of the University of Florida says more than 21 million voters have cast their ballot early, either in person or by mail, in states that report voting data. That's about 15% of the votes that were counted in the entire last presidential election. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie says he regrets not wearing a mask at a White House event before contracting coronavirus. He talked about it on ABC's Good Morning America.
It was a mistake. I was led to believe that, all the people that I was interacting with at the White House had been tested, and it gave you a false sense of security. And it was a mistake. But I let my guard down. and it cost me in a significant way.
Christie says he spent a week in the ICU before fully recovering. Pfizer's CEO says their vaccine will not be ready by the election. He says the company cannot seek emergency authorization of its vaccine before the third week of November, and that's if everything goes well. Albert Bourla made clear that the issue isn't just whether the vaccine prevents the virus's infection. For safety, he says at least half the participants in the 44,000-person study must be tracked for 2 months after their last dose. Well, the U.S. will soon surpass 8 million known coronavirus cases. The numbers jump by 1 million in less than a month as dozens of states are seeing upticks in infections, particularly in the Midwest. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser along with Paul Sweeney. This story definitely had a read spike. It's our most read story in the past hour on the Bloomberg, and it's about Goldman Sachs warning of more job losses, Paul. And they're talking about jumbo mergers. We've seen a lot of M&A activity this year.
I clicked on this story thinking it was a story about Goldman Sachs itself shedding jobs, and I think that is the reason it's the most read story. Right. But it's about John Waldron, who is the president of Goldman Sachs. He was speaking at a conference today, Carol, and he was saying, listen, when we get to the other side of this, there's going to be some big M&A, some of the stronger companies buying weaker companies, and what happens there? You cut jobs to cut costs to service the debt and drive returns. I think that's generally what he was talking about, and that is on top of already a very difficult jobs market, obviously pandemic related, that we're feeling. So just kind of talking about M&A, good for the investment bankers, perhaps not so good for workers.
You hit the nail on the head. I mean, we're already in an economy that is struggling. And so if you start to see these mega mergers, what does that mean for more people? Consolidation, right? You often see more people losing jobs as a result of that, and you do wonder what that will do to any kind of economic recovery. It's interesting. He said specifically, our clients are more desirous of playing offense and doing deals. That's a good thing. But that includes large companies looking to consolidate smaller companies, and that will be complicated societally.
Yeah, and it's always a tough thing politically for the acquiring company to lay off people, cut jobs. It's going to be even more so. They're going to have to be very careful how they do that. You can't, I'd be surprised if they're going to have to be, again, just very careful about how they do that because this is going to be an economy that's really reeling from job losses, and people are going to be sensitive to it, as will politicians and regulators.
Yeah, absolutely. But it certainly has been a market environment that is welcoming to a lot of consolidation. We've certainly seen that play out when you see some of the share reactions,
Yeah, and I think as what we hear from some deal makers is, again, once CEOs and boards get a little bit more comfort, a little bit more certainty, they're going to be out there.
All right, this is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. It is an up Friday here, on track for a winning week for the U.S. stock market. S&P rebounding from a 3-day slide. Measures of retail sales and consumer sentiment top estimates. Stocks higher now with the S&P up 19. That's a gain of 0.6%. The Dow up 249, up 0.9. NASDAQ up 44, up 0.4. The 10-year down 1/32, 10-year yield 0.73%. Gold down 0.3%, 1902 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%, $40.81 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So, Paul, kind of amazing that we're just 17 days to go.
I was going to ask you, because you're always good with how many days left. 17 days.
I've got a clock up on my computer. I'm serious.
Well, good for you. That's what we need. I mean, and last night was just compelling, the dueling town halls, different networks, just crazy.
Yeah, and it's actually 17 days, 10 hours, 11 minutes, and 29 seconds. That's how much, it's like the debt clock that we used to see, and I think it's still in New York City. All right, let's get to it with Bloomberg News White House correspondent Josh Wingrove. He's on the phone, and we were talking about your story on the Bloomberg, the most read on the past, I think, 8 hours, Josh, about...
Oh, that's good news.
Yeah. Well done.
Hope your editors are listening.
But it talks about the president and how he's undercutting the campaign.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the you take the good and the bad if you work for Donald Trump, So yeah, all these polls are showing him trailing. It's narrower in the swing states, but pretty much not a lot of signs of hope. And seniors and suburban women are two groups that really stick out. Trump won seniors in 2016, crucial, particularly for states like, Florida, Arizona, that kind of thing. And now he's losing to Biden by about the same margin, a huge swing among the senior vote. They're targeting ads at seniors, but and he's, as I speak, President Trump is giving an address in Florida aimed at seniors in particular. But with that and with women, he tends to sort of counteract the message that his campaign is giving. In other words, he makes fun of Biden for, belonging in a nursing home while at the same time trying to convince seniors to vote for him. And with women, he sort of has put these pleas, he literally said this week, suburban women, will you please like me? As these gender gaps just get wider with Biden. So, the Trump campaign, they're trying to catch up. If you believe these polls are anything close to the sort of 10-point, 9-point, 12-point gap range, then you acknowledge they've got some catching up to do. And they're trying to do this, but they kind of got to work with what the president's going to give them.
Yeah, Josh, it seems, his campaign strategy seems to be these Make America Great rallies. But as I look at these rallies on TV, everybody's got the hat on. It seems like there's not too many undecideds that are being impacted by his strategy here in these last 17 days. It seems like it's just kind of playing to his base, and he's already got those folks.
There's a preaching to the choir risk, for sure, and I think it's a little unclear into how big that is. The campaign says they get a lot of data from this stuff, right? Like, folks sign up for tickets, they get their cell phone number. A lot of these folks didn't vote in 2016. Some of them are independents, some of them are Democrats. So the campaign says, look, these rallies, A, Trump likes them, and having Donald Trump in good mood is crucial if you work for the Trump campaign. But B, it's about voter identification to a certain extent. So that's how they're doing it. But look, like Donald Trump's own approval rating is pretty locked in as well, but they're not really backing off on him. In fact, he's coming out every day, it seems, with a rally or two rallies. He'll be in Georgia later tonight. Every day, it's just like more Trump all the time. So, if they're going to turn this around, they're banking that it's Donald Trump himself who will be able to do it. And, there's not a lot of evidence in the polls that kind of path will work. And there are early signs that turnout is going to spike. I think that was concerning to the Trump camp. If turnout really soars, that I don't think will be good news for Republicans.
I mean, we've been all talking all day on Bloomberg that, I think one of the stories I read, and yours too, I think, more than 21 million Americans already participating in early voting. I mean, that's a pretty big number. Two quick questions. Can either candidate win without Florida?
Trump, technically yes, but basically Trump needs Florida a lot more than Biden does. Biden doesn't really need Florida at all. It'd be nice to have, but if Biden is winning Florida, we're probably looking at a blowout, whereas Trump needs Florida and then some. So it's a very competitive state, but it really, they've just announced that, for instance, Barack Obama is going to campaign in Pennsylvania. That looks to be the real sort of tipping point state. Biden is leading in Michigan, leading in Wisconsin. If he wins those and takes Pennsylvania, that'll probably do it. But there's other paths to get there as well. And we'll see, for instance, the president's going to go to Michigan and Wisconsin this weekend, Arizona and Nevada as well.
Yeah. And what about when it comes to early polling? Does that usually go more in favor? I know we talked about this with Josh Green, more in favor of Democrats versus Republicans, or is there something different this time around? We've seen the lines.
Yeah. I mean, two things. I wrote about this morning how the notion of losing to Biden looks to irk Trump, right? It bothers him that he could lose to Joe Biden. And that's starting to work its way into his speeches these last few days. The other thing that's worked its way in is he started talking about a red wave. He thinks that, come voting day, Republicans are going to show up in such numbers that they're going to really swamp the high numbers in advance turnout. And that speaks to the reality, which is that Democrats are far likelier to vote in advance, either in-person advance or by mail, than Republicans are. And Republicans, conversely, are far more likely to vote on the day of and show up in person. And so, this is important to bear in mind as we prepare for the night of November 3rd and the morning of November 4th and maybe the night of November 4th, because this could take a while. Every state treats advance votes a little differently. Some are allowed to count them in advance, some are not. We are seeing blowout numbers in advance voter turnout in a lot of states right now. Of course, the pandemic is playing a role in that.
Hey, Josh, what do we know about the future of any debates between now and Election Day?
We know, they have one more scheduled for next Thursday, 6 nights from now. That'll be the last one. They tried, the Trump campaign wanted to push the debate that was supposed to be last night in its format. The Biden campaign wanted to push it till next week so they could do that. The Trump campaign wanted to push both of them a week. Biden campaign said no. Bit of back and forth on that. That's why you had those dueling events last night. So it really all comes down to next week. Traditionally, it's the people that are trailing campaigns that need debates to catch up, right? The leader gets the luxury of autopilot. Right. And so we'll see what Donald Trump gets on that. Of course, we'll see. I don't know. I'm not looking more than a day in advance at this stage. It seems like things are so fast moving in some ways.
Hey, just got about a minute left here, Josh, or about 45 seconds. Did either one come out ahead or gain something from last night?
I think that Donald Trump's answers on QAnon are going to resonate a bit, not refusing to disavow it. But anything less than, a gain or a good night for Trump is a win for Biden. I think we're in that range. We talked about not a lot of undecided voters. People have made up their minds. You sort of love the president or you don't love him at this point. There's not a lot of evidence out there, even in the early ratings or the sort of early reviews, that suggest Trump hit a home run. And anything that isn't a home run for Trump is probably bad news for him because he needs to catch up.
I feel like I'm watching like some great movie, political movie, fiction, and then I'm like, no, this is our world.
This is our life.
It's our reality, right?
Yes.
Josh, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Josh Wingrove, he's Bloomberg News White House correspondent. Definitely check out all of his work on Bloomberg. You can find him at Josh_Wingrove. Just kind of wild stuff, Paul.
Yeah, wild stuff. And again, 17 days to the election. I wonder if we're going to have to start counting down also to the Electoral College, certifying this thing. I see that number out there as well. Hopefully this will be a clear enough decision one way or the other on, on or about election night, and the country can begin to move forward.
It's a civics course we're all going to get.
Yes.
All right, for those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week continues. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business is next. But next on Business Week, we've got a real treat, someone who's so well known in the telecom industry.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Friday, October 16th. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. S&P rebounding from a 3-day slide, heading for its longest weekly advance since late August. Stocks climbed after measures of retail sales and consumer sentiment topped estimates. S&P up 24, up 0.7%, bringing its year-to-date gain now to 8.6%. The Dow once again positive on the year, for the year, up by 0.8%. Today surging 282 points, up by 1%. Nasdaq's up 61. That is a gain of 0.5%. 10-year is down 3/32 now with a yield of 0.74%. Gold down 0.3%, 19.03 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%. WTI at $40.89 a barrel. Well, as for the economic news, the economic backdrop, and the recovery, Chet Naya is chief economist at Morgan Stanley.
What we have been highlighting is that the equation between virus and the economy is changing. So as we keep seeing this new cases rising again, we have to temper down the expectation of its impact on the economy. We've been of the view that growth will moderate in the next 3 months, but it will still continue to make progress towards that V-shaped recovery call that we had made, which is that we will see that U.S. economy will reach pre-COVID levels by second quarter of 2021.
Volkswagen's heavy truck unit Traton has reached an agreement to acquire the rest of Navistar International for $3.69 billion in a deal supported by billionaire investor Carl Icahn. Adding Navistar, the maker of international branded trucks, to Traton's portfolio will help VW better take on sector leaders Daimler and Volvo. Shares of Navistar surging now by 22.9%. The ADRs of Volkswagen, the American Depository Receipts, up now by 1.7%. Again, recapping equities higher across the board. Friday rally underway, on track for a winning week with the S&P up 23 points, up 0.7. NASDAQ is up 0.5. Dow Industrials up by 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Wait, no, Carol, when you talk to technology investors, 2 themes come up, it just seems time and time again. One is the cloud. Everything's going to the cloud, and that's going to drive spending for the next gajillion years. And the second one is 5G, how this is the future of wireless. Even Apple, it got into the act this week, launching its iPhone 12 with its 5G capabilities. Let's get a sense of what this really means, and there's nobody better than Craig Moffett, founding partner and senior analyst at MoffettNathanson. And if you want to know anything that's going on in the TMT space, you have to get the research from MoffettNathanson. He joins us on the phone from New York. Craig, thanks so much for joining us here. What did you make of Apple, the iPhone 12, and just kind of 5G in general?
First of all, thank you for having me back on, Paul. It's good to talk to you again. I would say this. I would say that, if anything, the Apple 5G event sort of has been a little bit of an uncomfortable reminder for everybody that 5G is not really fully baked yet. The announcement has sort of forced everybody to come to grips with the idea that that right now 5G is still very much a year or so away, and I thought there were all kinds of cues about that in the Apple launch.
So, is it crazy? Hi, Craig, and I hope you're doing well. I do wonder, my husband was up at 8 a.m. or before that, because he wanted to order his new Apple iPhone. I swear to God. And he stayed up till 3 in the morning, because when they open it all up, and he's going to order my new phone when it comes out, I think in a week or 2. And so are we crazy? We've been kind of waiting for this. Are we crazy because 5G isn't completely built out here?
Well, if 5G is the reason that you're getting a new phone, then yes, that's crazy. It's just not ready yet.
Thank you very much.
There are other reasons to get new phones, and if you like the new camera and that sort of thing. And look, handset cycles have been lengthening for a long time, so there are an awful lot of old phones out there that need replacement anyway. But 5G as a rationale, it just isn't very compelling. I mean, here's the problem. And sorry if this is a little bit technical, but
we love technical.
If you deploy 5G on on low-frequency spectrum to get the coverage of the country, it's no faster than 4G. If you deploy it in very high-frequency spectrum and big spectrum blocks, it's very, very fast. They demoed that with Verizon, but it's hardly ever available. It's only available in something like 1% of the time that you're going to be on your phone, because the propagation distances of those spectrum bands are so short that they're only really usable in exceptionally dense cities and inside shopping malls and airports and arenas and stadiums and all the places where nobody is anymore because of COVID. And so the value proposition right now just isn't there yet. You're going to end up with a phone that is essentially has a little 5G light on it, runs at about the same speed as 4G, and drains your battery faster for the trouble. And that's not going to be compelling for very many people. So, again, there may be other good reasons why you want to get a new phone, and the new iPhones are great looking, but then maybe you like the flat edges instead of the curved edges, but it's not going to be because of 5G yet.
All right, so Craig, given that, I'm surprised, or are you surprised, that Apple rolled it out now as opposed to waiting? Typically, their strategy has been, hey, we don't need to be the first or even the second. We'll be there when there's a market.
Well, to be fair, they've already waited. Samsung has had 5G phones out for more than a year. And also remember that this is not just a U.S. story. This is also a global story. And 5G is a little bit further along in China and Korea and Japan, using the same chipsets by and large. So, although interestingly, the U.S. chips, the U.S. Apple devices are the only ones that will actually support millimeter wave spectrum, and that's a real compromise. It gives you those blindingly fast speeds, but it's again not available much of anywhere except a little bit of New York and a handful of other very dense cities in the U.S. But again, drains your battery so fast, generates a lot of heat. And so they've decided not even put that in the handsets that they're making for overseas markets.
All right, you've popped my bubble, and I've got to say, Mark Gurman was also writing. Our Mark Gurman here at Bloomberg wrote about Apple getting ready to launch, and then we've got this unready U.S. market. So Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. So as we're waiting for them to kind of really roll it out in a big way, 5G, when will they? What are we all waiting for? Is it just they don't want to make the investment yet? What's holding it up?
Well, there's a couple of things, but I said a minute ago, low-frequency spectrum for broad coverage, but not high speed.
Right.
High-frequency spectrum for high speed, but insufficient coverage. That obviously leaves the broad middle, and the broad middle, predictably, is mid-band spectrum. Right now, T-Mobile has a huge advantage and head start in that they have a very large block of mid-band spectrum that they acquired in the Sprint acquisition. In fact, you can make a good case that's really the whole reason they bought Sprint was to get that spectrum. That will be the support for the first really credible 5G network in the United States, and T-Mobile will have a big advantage that could well last for years. Verizon will probably catch up, at least to a degree, when they buy a big chunk of spectrum later this year. Everyone seems to be quite certain that they will buy what's called C-band spectrum, which is going to be auctioned by the FCC in December. But that will take them a couple of years before they get it and then fully deploy it. And even then, it's probably not going to have quite the same reach and coverage that T-Mobile will enjoy. And the real challenge is going to be AT&T.
Right.
AT&T's balance sheet is in so much trouble that it's just not clear they have the money to be able to buy a significant amount of spectrum or to build it out at the pace that's going to be required to keep pace with Verizon and AT&T, Verizon and T-Mobile.
You have queued us up for where we want to go next.
Yep.
So sit tight, Craig. We've just got to do a little bit of news here, but we want to come back and continue this conversation. I'm already going to ship this podcast to my husband so that he listens in terms of the different services. All right, we're going to continue with Craig Moffett, founder and senior analyst at MoffettNathanson. He is so well known, as he should be, to our audience in the telecom world. We'll get back to him in just a moment. Right now, though, back to World and National News headlines and back on over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says there is still a divide with the White House on fiscal stimulus, even as they get closer to a deal on coronavirus testing. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager has the latest from Washington.
Pelosi has called testing a major roadblock in recent talks with Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin. But after a more than hour-long call yesterday, Mnuchin said the Trump administration would make only minor edits to the Democratic plan on that score. In a letter to fellow Democrats, Pelosi laid out a number of so-called poison pills she sees on the Republican side, including a liability provision that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's been pushing for to protect businesses from coronavirus-related lawsuits. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
A new report says the Trump administration has added 2 political operatives to the CDC in an attempt to control the messaging on COVID-19. The 2 appointees assigned to the CDC's Atlanta headquarters have no public health background, but officials say they're there to keep an eye on Dr. Robert Redfield, the agency director, as well as scientists. President Trump is courting seniors in Florida this afternoon and thanking them for their sacrifices during the pandemic.
I'm deeply aware that America's 54 million seniors have borne the heaviest burden of the China virus. Many older Americans have endured months of isolation, missing weddings, births, graduations, church and family reunions.
Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden is in Michigan, where he will give remarks on health care. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Paul Sweeney. This story got our attention. Lucas Shaw, Bloomberg News, writes on the media and entertainment world.
Really
Writes
good.
on,
he's plugged in out there in Los Angeles.
He's so incredible.
Yeah.
And he writes about Hulu getting sidelined as a result of Disney's global streaming ambitions. This is your world, Paul, big time.
Yeah, Hulu it's a name out there. It's a brand that people know, but it's obviously nowhere near the size of Netflix, and that's due in part to its ownership over the past 5, 6, 7, 8 years. It was owned by a group of big media companies, Fox, Disney, and all those people, and so there was no clear direction for this company because it had so many owners, and as a result, it never really got the attention it deserved. And the net result is it is only a fraction of the size of Netflix. Now, the Walt Disney Company owns the vast majority. It can do with it what it wants. But once again, it's kind of getting shunted aside as Disney focuses on Disney Plus and ESPN Plus. And so the folks at Hulu are saying, hey, give us more money. We'll do more, better programming. But Disney's just not sure because in large part, they have an option to buy the remaining piece that it doesn't own from Comcast in a couple of years. But, the question is, the more valuable, or the more they invest in Hulu and the more valuable it gets, the more it's going to cost Disney to buy out their stake. And so they've kind of got the financial guys on one side saying, I don't know if we want to invest here. But then, of course, the Hulu people are saying, if you give us money, we can grow it really quickly.
Well, in the meantime, Disney announced over the summer that's going to create a new general entertainment service outside the United States. This is about U.S. growth as well, right? It's under the umbrella of Star. That's the company's Indian media subsidiary. And what's interesting is, this is what they're going to do. I guess Star is already a major brand in South Asia, and others say that Disney had other reasons for kind of limiting Hulu just to the U.S., according to those in the know, because the overseas expansion under Hulu's proposal would have cost, as you said, Paul, lots of money, $4 billion. So
Hulu, I just don't know where it goes from here.
Yeah, exactly.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We're seeing a late-day fade. Stocks higher, though, across the screen with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all moving higher. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon calls. We welcome back. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks still in the green today, helped by better-than-expected retail sales number this morning. Dow's currently up 200 points. S&P's gained 14. NASDAQ underperforming a bit, up 22. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.74%. Gold trading lower by 6. Transports dropped 87 points on earnings weakness. And among the main 11 S&P sectors, only energy was in the red. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, both Caterpillar and UNH, while Nike led to the downside. And after those transport earnings, trucker J.B. Hunt fell as much as 9.6%, while rail Kansas City Southern fell as much as 4%. In deal news, First Citizens agreed to purchase CIT Group for $2 billion, and Triton agrees to buy the rest of Navistar for $44.50 a share. Wrapping things up, Kudlow says it's hard to execute any stimulus deal before the election. Live from the First Rebecca News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUAWK, on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We're fortunate that Craig Moffett has given us a few more minutes. Craig Moffett, founding partner and senior analyst at Moffett-Nathanson, joining us on the phone from New York. Craig, we talked about AT&T a little bit earlier in the earlier segment. When I think about AT&T now, unfortunately, what I think about is their balance sheet here. So, my sense is, and you noted that as well, so as I look at their business, I kind of got to start thinking about some asset disposals to try to pay down my balance sheet. And the thing that jumps at me is DirecTV. Can they ever sell this thing and get any remote value out of it?
Not enough value that it's going to make a dent in their balance sheet. That's really the problem, right? I mean, they bought the business for all in, including the debt that they took on, for $69 billion. And New York Post reported last week that they're getting offers just 4 years or 5 years later for between $15 and $16 billion. Wow. So just a massive destruction of value. And here's the problem. It still probably does something like $5 billion of EBITDA. So you're talking about a valuation that's in the range of 3.5 times. That's their leverage. Remember, their leverage on the balance sheet looks like it's 2.6 times cash flow. But in fact, it's higher than that because they have all those operating leases that the rating agencies count as debt. Those are the operating leases for all the cell towers that they've got. And then you also have unfunded pension obligations and that sort of thing. So you're really talking about a company that's levered 3.5 times, way outside the norm for investment-grade credit. And you can't sell an asset at 3.5 times and delever. It leaves you exactly where you started. And it's a real problem for them because if they can't find something to sell, it's not clear they have the headroom in the balance sheet to buy spectrum that they really need. So they're in a very real bind here. And you can see them trying to sell anything that isn't nailed down right now. They're trying to sell DirecTV. They're trying to sell the Warner Brothers entertainment business, which is the video game unit, small inside of Warner Brothers. There's been some talk they might try to sell Cartoon Network from inside of Turner. They're trying to shop the DirecTV Latin America business. They haven't been able to find any buyers for that. They're trying to sell their advanced advertising business. They haven't been able to find any buyers for that. And they're clearly just desperately trying to raise cash. One argument is they're trying to do it to prepare for the spectrum auction. Another is that the rating agencies may already be breathing down their neck and saying you've got to do something to delever this balance sheet faster.
So, Craig, what does AT&T want to be when it grows up? And I just think about all of the deals that it's done, DirecTV, Time Warner, TCI. I mean, I just think about, the failed purchase of T-Mobile. They have done so many big things. You have activist investors. Certainly, we saw that last year with Elliott Management. I mean, what do they need to be? What should they be in your view?
Well, I think they're going to have to pare back eventually to be a communications business again. But it's breathtaking just how quickly this has happened, right? I mean, remember, they were they've owned Time Warner for less than 2 years. And already they're looking at unwinding the whole strategy that put the company together. I think, Carol, you put your finger on it when you mentioned T-Mobile. They tried to buy T-Mobile in 2011, and that would have been a perfectly rational strategy. There would have been lots of synergies. It would have been horizontal expansion in the U.S. telecom market. Everything we've heard since 2011 said the DOJ told them not only can you not do this deal, remember that deal was blocked by the Department of Justice and never happened, but you can't really buy any more telecom in the United States. You're as big as we're going to let you get in telecom. And so they were faced from 2011 with a question, which is, so do you want to go outside the United States and buy telecom in Europe or the rest of the world, or do you want to buy something non-telecom in the U.S.? And they felt like they needed to do a deal to sustain the dividend. They ultimately chose B, that is, to buy something that was essentially unrelated in the United States, DirecTV. And then they tried to spin a story around it to pretend that it was a strategic acquisition. It really wasn't. And when you start strategy by saying, what can we buy, and then how do we justify it, as opposed to saying, what are the assets that we need and how do we get them, you're starting in the wrong place, and it's never going to end well. And I think almost immediately DirecTV went pear-shaped. They should have known it was going to go pear-shaped. And because of the burden of the dividend, they felt like they had to double down and buy something else in order to keep the free cash flow sufficient to fund the dividend. And they bought Time Warner, and in retrospect, Time Warner had a lot of the same problems as DirecTV. It was a business that was at the very tail end of its life, at least for the Turner networks.
Right.
Remember, HBO gets all the attention. The movie studio gets a lot of attention, but the bulk of what they bought is cable networks. And they're at the tail end of their useful life, and they're starting a secular decline, just like DirecTV was when they bought it. And so now they're suffering from the same problem of this not only cyclical but secular decline.
We could continue on and on. So come back, I hope, and I love these deep dives. I know Paul does too. So thank you so much for it, Craig, and I hope you and your family are doing well amid this crazy time. Craig Moffett, founder and senior analyst at MoffettNathanson, on the phone in New York City. He has been named #1 by Institutional Investor magazine year after year. He was rated #1 in the telecom space by our own Bloomberg Markets. I mean, you know him really well, Paul.
Yeah, he's fantastic, as is his partner, Michael Nathanson. All things TMT, they've got it covered.
All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Check that out definitely later on our podcast feed. This is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser along with Paul Sweeney on this Friday. Coming up, we've got Dave Wilson and his chart of the day. Oh, okay. I guess I'm on my own right now.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I just got back. I had a little technical problem here, but we're going to get the chart of the day.
There's something in the air today because I can't do double letters on my keyboard. It's like, what the heck is going on? All right. We'll get to Dave in just a moment. Paul and I are going to work out our technology bugs. And in the meantime, let's toss it over to Charlie Pellet, who never seems to have any tech bugs.
I tell you why. Because I'm working in the office where I'm supported by great people who actually have a clue. Here's what's going on. We've got the Dow, and I didn't mean that in a bad way, Carol. Here's what's going on. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all pushing higher right now. 28 minutes to go ahead of the close. Stocks climbing after measures of U.S. retail sales and consumer sentiment topped estimates. Traders, though, awaiting news on a fresh round of stimulus measures. Here's where we stand. We're off session highs. Stocks fading. Still green on the screen. Got to stay with us to see how things shake out. S&P up 12 now, a gain of 0.4%. The Dow up 190, up 0.7. NASDAQ up 8. That is a gain of 0.1%. 10-year down 2/30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.74%. Gold down 0.5%. $1,900 even. And crude, West Texas Intermediate this Friday down 0.4%. $40.78 a barrel. Boeing shares, they are advancing. Boeing, a member of the Dow, up today by 2.6%. Europe's top aviation regulator says he is satisfied that changes to Boeing's 737 MAX have made the plane safe enough to return to the region's skies before 2020 is out. Again, the 10-year yield 0.74%. It is 3:33 on Wall Street. Time now for the Small Business Report. And here's John Tucker.
New York City restaurants are open with 25% indoor capacity. That's expected to increase to 50% in November. But for a lot of owners, the numbers don't add up. Danny Abrams has only been able to reopen one of the 7 restaurants in his group, and he joins us now. Danny, your business survived through 9/11, the Great Recession, and Hurricane Sandy. How does the pandemic compare?
There's no comparison. You know, the recession, we were able to break even in most restaurants. We didn't make any money that year or the year and a half, but at least we lived to fight another day.
Are they all facing the same challenges right now with the pandemic, or is this something unique to one in a different location?
They all have their